Hello and good morning to you here on Alpha Live's YouTube channel and a SlipStream broadcast brought to you by Alpha Live here in the Garden of England in Kent at Buckmore Park. An incredible circuit and an incredible team to bring it to you today. I am Jake Peach, your commentator for today's action for the Summer Cup as part of the Champions Kart Club, the same family of the Kart Championship, which has obviously been going all around the UK so far in 2026, and a chance for some of the drivers that are maybe taking part in that to have a little bit of a practice and get a bit more track time. But you can see some of our karts already going around here at Buckmore Park for a packed schedule of events and just getting warmed up for our very first races of the day. Plenty of action, Honda Cadets, Micro Mighty Cadets, Intermax, and we're going to go straight into it because we're getting underway with our first race of the day. And here we are then, Honda Cadets making their way round to find their place on the grid. I don't know if we've got time to go through our starting grid. We should have enough time. And here we are then, here's your starting grid for our Honda Cadets here. Some names you might recognise from across the UK. Callum Ryan, Eric Grisbeck's been racing in the Kart Championship, George Lilly, Ollie Knox as well. Alexander Mercer, Timon Peacock is in 6th. We got Jude Bartlett in 7th on row 4 joining him as well. Brandon Lackzo as well. Ethan Holbert, Oliver Jones, Jensen Drummond with that BM plate from Bayford Meadows has it on show today. He starts P11. Cruz Jenkins is P12. Max Gilton 13th. Avir Bhatia is 14th. Charlie Cruttenden and Felix Finn on P16. And that is all of your 16 runners. Yeah, so straight into the action here at Buckmore Park. They are all lined up on the grid. A standing start for our Honda Cadets. The green flag waves in the background. And we'll wait to get going for our drivers. They rev their Honda Cadet engines and we wait for the red lights to go out, and they are away, getting off of pole position there, hopefully to a good start. Not going to be challenged on the inside, but it looks like there's an immediate challenge on the inside there from Kabir Singh, who is up into first place at the start then on the inside. Ahead of Callum Ryan, George Lilly, Eric Grisbeck in 4th. Jostling going on all the while though here at Buckmore Park, and if it's the first time you've seen a bit of action here down in Kent, a bit of a chance in this race to learn some of the characteristics of this circuit. Here they are into Sector 3, a really tricky final sector, and they're coming just through there into Garda, the centre chicane here, and they're just coming into Cafe Curve, which for the Honda Cadets absolutely flat through there, but for some of the seniors getting a right old squirrel on coming through there and trying to keep their foot flat as much as they can. And they come through here through Conway's and into Henry's bend, and then through the first couple of hairpins, hairpin 1, hairpin 2, round the outside there. Wonderful move. And Kabir Singh holding on to first place. Eric Grisbeck up to 2nd, by the way, already. And track limits here, as far as I remember, I've actually had the pleasure of driving around here a few times, albeit in the rental corporate karts. If you run your kart out on that red circuit over the white lines, usually track limits not very kind to you. You're going to be pulled up and have an eye on you from the stewards. Eric Grisbeck though, he's into the lead, was into the lead, gets spun round for some racing incident there, tagging round Grisbeck, who is now fallen, I think, well, managed to get going very quickly again, but I think fallen down to around about 5th or 6th place. And at the front here of our Honda Cadets, we've obviously got a new race leader in Ollie Knox. So there's Ollie Knox being chased by the 33 of Callum Ryan, who's also benefited from that, set the fastest lap of the race so far out there, and they come across the timing line again. And by the way, our racing today in our heats can be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. So slightly shorter than you might be used to with the Honda Cadet classes racing in the National Kart Championship or any other such championships. And in our finals later, if they make it through to the finals later on today, 9 minutes plus 1 lap, or most of our drivers will be making it through to the final because of the small size of the grid. But of course, their grid position will all be important and set by the intermediate classification of how they get on in our heats today. Usually you've kind of got some in some championships. There's a nice dive up the inside there from Kabir Singh, trying to find their way back through the field again from falling down in the earlier parts of this race. Too wide into Conway's, and Callum Ryan comes out on top there. Beautiful move up the inside. To, I believe, take the lead. Yeah, the leader of this race, Callum Ryan, out there at the moment. So it's all change afoot in this race, but yeah, we get to our finals later on. It'll be 9 minutes plus 1 lap, and then 7 minutes for all of our heats. Some championships you might be used to having a couple of heats on the Saturday, and then into super heats on the Sunday. Today, we've got 3 heats for you. All 3 heats, 2 heats in the first morning session. We'll then have a lunch break, and then we'll have our third and final heat before we get to our all-important finals later on this afternoon. But plenty of racing before we get round to then. There is your race leader, Callum Ryan, on your screen. Ahead of Ollie Knox there, chasing the chasing pack there. George Lilly and Jensen Drummond behind, who's been putting in some great performances in a very competitive national grid this year. And there's that experience coming through then. Up the inside, into Garders, through centre chicane. Going to make the move stick, using all the curb on the outside. Be so careful not to catch the curb too much and spin you around. And posturing up the inside there. Great overtaking spot there. You get a good run. Flat from the start of Garda, down through centre chicane, through the cafe curve, which is essentially flat for most of our classes here. You can find a nice move up to the inside on Conway's Bend, through Henry's Bend, and then into hairpin 1, hairpin 2, and then down into the second sector, through the chicane, through the S's, into Symes Sweep, down towards Pullman's, and then into a very tricky paddock bend where the corner is very off camera, but the undulation is incredible. A great experience to drive, then down through to Garda, and then here we are on the cafe curve, coming across the start finish line once again with 1 minute and 37 on the clock, plus the lap to go. You can see that BM plate for Jensen Drummond. He's brought that with him from the Bayford Meadows Club Championship, showing that off here, and why wouldn't you? This is the prestige round, so Jensen one to watch, but not really making much of a dent in this one, because look at the gap that Callum Ryan is building out at the front. There it is, back to George Lilly. And then if these 3 are squabbling as well all the time, there's a move up the inside for Jensen Drummond to go back onto the podium. Now sitting in third, up the inside into Garda, and hopefully trying to get out the slipstream from behind of the chasing Ollie Knox, who wants to take that place back. But yeah, the gap now, look at Callum Ryan, a 1.4 second lead, and building all the more throughout the 1,000 or so metres on this international configuration of Buckmore Park. And coming down through there, you can see the sizable gap really, really starting to build. You can see the speed as well they're carrying into that part of the track, and a dive down the inside for Jensen Drummond. Once again, he's going to make it stick. I think he's going to. George Lilly's gone wide, and Drummond's up the inside, carving away through the field. Has Jensen left this charge a bit too late, though, to chase after Callum Ryan? Looks like Callum has, if we're being honest, got this one in the bag. It's now about holding on to this second place, being confident, getting into these hairpins, spotting the braking point, getting to the apex. And look at the turning circle, trying to turn it on a sixpence as efficiently as possible to get round and out the corner as quick as you can. And downhill there, dare if you want to go flat down into the final sector, down into the hill, and then over this crest here, You can use some of that downhill there to help your momentum and build it up towards the flat section down towards the start-finish straight. We're on to the final lap. Callum Ryan looks like he's got this win in the bag, so it's about Jenson Drummond in second place, holding on to the second spot on the podium. And he's got it all to do. He's getting absolutely hounded from behind from George Lilly, who's going to try and find it round the outside, but then it will become the inside for Jenson Drummond. Oh, and he's made it stick. What a move from George Lilly. Where did he find the grip? Round the outside there, found the space, kept it on the track, and George Lilly might steal it. Jenson Drummond's trying to come back here for second place. But George Lilly, I think he's just going to hold on. A dominant victory, though, for Callum Ryan in that first heat. Congratulations to Callum, takes the victory in Honda Cadets. George Lilly, though, did come across the line and hit Jenson Drummond on the last lap with that incredible overtake down through the chicane in the S's and then into Symes Sweep. Beautiful move. They both left the space for each other there, did Drummond and George Lilly, and that is respectful racing at its very, very best. There's your provisional result. Callum Ryan, George Lilly and Jenson Drummond on the podium. Ollie Knox, Eric Grisbeck, Kabir Singh, Brandon Lasco, Ethan Holber, Alexander Mercer, Oliver Jones, Skilton, Jenkins, Bartlett and Pichak is P14. And Bartia, Finn and Crottenden round off your 17 runners in that one. Well, there we go then. We were hurtled into our first bit of action because we were obviously going live here on Alpha Live, and we were straight into our first races from our Honda Cadets. But talking of our first race, we'll move swiftly on to our second one with our first dual grid of the day. And as is the small grids, in comparison with all of our drivers here this weekend at the Summer Cup at Buckmore Park, Micro, Max and Mighty Cadets will be going out together. You sometimes see this in other club championships at PF International, which I've been looking after. Very much enjoying this season in 2026 and seeing our Walter Swift Restricteds go out with our Micro Maxes. Our Micro Maxes going out with our Mighty Cadets. Kind of similar on par with pace, but obviously not exactly the same. But they'll obviously start in a staggered way, and just waiting for our drivers to come out. Here at Buckmore Park, you've got the arrive and drive kind of circuit in. Also, you can see a plane in the background. Lots of planes landing at a nearby airport to make their way onto the formation app, our Micro Maxes. Yeah, you've got on the left-hand side here of the circuit, you've got the arrive and drive kind of paddock, but you then also got the right-hand side of the paddock here for our owner drivers, which have been coming out here. Is why you can see them come in through here. As they pop across the timing line, you can see all of our runners then in Micromax and the starting grid here for you. Cooper Galloway, Milo Taylor, Aurelio Capalonga and Jax Wong then on the front row. So it's those three in the Micromax, and then we move on to our Mighties. Jax Wong, Freddie Dye, Jacob Amos and Jaden Bond. Jacob Amos has been settling into his first season of national karting in the kart championship, and using this opportunity here today to get a little bit more track time out there, and can't blame him. So our drivers finding their way through and through to the tram lines. As you can see, there's a bit of a gap between our two classes, between Micro, between Mighty. And now our Micromax is then underway and the race has begun. And there you are, front of the field, making a great start. Leo Hunt has got ahead of Cooper Galloway. Meanwhile, our Mighties are just about to start. They're coming across the start-finish line. Here they come, building up the speed, and they accelerate over the line. And our Mighties into it now. And a great start for Jax Wong up into first. And obviously with a smaller grid, much better chance for some of our drivers to have a much better level of competition out there to, well, get a bit of a feel for that wheel-to-wheel combat, which they might feel like they get a bit bogged down in sort of the national championship sometimes. It's given them the space to build their racecraft. So important is what we showcase here on our Slipstream broadcasts. So there's Leo Hunt then. These are the Micromaxes coming round. And then Leo Hunt followed by Milo Taylor, Cooper Galloway and Capalonga at the back of this one. And already building a sizable gap, these three, to the back of Capalonga. And coming round Garda then for the third time in this race. Meanwhile, there's our Mighties. And you can see Jacob Amos all trying to challenge Freddie Dyer. I was chatting to Freddie and Jacob actually in the paddock before we got underway today. Both really good friends off the circuit. When the helmet goes on, the visor goes down, it changes in an instant. What happens on the track stays on the track, hopefully. And these two chasing after each other in the Mighties and not giving an inch. Both the dads of Freddie and Jacob were showing me the timing screens from yesterday. Very close between these two because they've set identical lap times. They're setting identical ones here right now, just taking a look. So Freddie Dyer's done a 44.4. Jacob Amos a 10th quicker right now. So not identical yet, but nothing to choose between them. Out on track, and there they are out front then. Jacob giving the chase to the Lando Norris livery chassis ahead of Freddie Dye, who is holding off Jacob for now. It's going to be a good battle throughout the rest of this race. Coming across the line. And the gap is, well, I mean, nothing, essentially. You can see, oh, is there a dive down the inside there? As the door opened for Jacob to throw it down the inside. Yes, indeed, to the lead. Ahead of Freddie. And that'll feel good for Jacob. Do a nice bit of confidence, but I don't think he's going to have it all his own way before the end of this one. We've still got 4 minutes to go past the lap. And coming down into a beautiful shot there of demonstrating the challenge of the speed of trying to manage all of that. Coming down into Symes Sweep and into Pullman's. And finding their way through the rest of the circuit. And now we're back on board with our, here come our Micromaxes. Meanwhile, Leo Hunt out at the front, building the gap steadily with our 3 carts. Capalonga's just might have an issue maybe further back, has sort of lost this train of 3 here. So it's a battle for the podium, very much all playing out here. And could we sense a move on the inside here from our 3rd place man of Cooper Galloway? Not quite yet. Leo Hunt streaking out into the lead more and more here, taking a wide line there into hairpin 1, and you want to do the same here for hairpin 2. Same approach. Milo Taylor with the Ben Follow Motorsport livery on his kart with support from them throughout 2026. And trying to propel him to the lead in this one. He's got all to do from behind with Cooper Galloway to stave off the threat. Right on his rear bumper. 2.5 minutes plus a lap on the clock. And it's great to have you with us if you're joining us from wherever you are on our Alpha Live YouTube channel, our Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live, bringing you more incredible action and talented drivers of the future in whatever racing they will go on to be in their later years. Getting to showcase all the grassroots karting from around the UK, and we've really enjoyed doing it so far. In 2026, you can also share your love on the live chat. As per usual, it's always great to see you tuning in from wherever you are. Maybe you're in the paddock as well, keeping an eye on our broadcast. And Jacob Amos, it looks like, is commenting on his own race as he's going round. If you're looking on the live chat, Jacob Amos says, "Come on, Jacob." So that's some pretty incredible technology he's got going there, but it's Dad Ronnie, I'm sure, who's cheering on son Jacob out there to try and maintain the lead at the moment. Doing a good job of it so far, ahead of Freddie Dye. I don't think Jacob wants to even risk looking behind. Fully focused ahead, as is how equal these mighty karts are. and down into turn one. Freddie Dye, I think, starting to apply some pressure though. Closed up there through Conways and into Emery's Bend, now into the first hairpin. And Nicky also getting on the act as well now. Cheering on Jacob here on your screen. Jacob Amos in his first year of owner-driver karting, the first year into the national scene as well. And his track time valuable for not just him, but all of our drivers on this grid today. Also hello to AFF Motorsport 2. Our Micromax is on screen whilst we shout some of you out. Evening all, 7:40 p.m. here in Bathurst, down under. Always great to have your support with us. Rob Alsop says as well, go on Jude. In some of our previous races as well. Make sure you keep your comments in. I'll shout you out throughout the rest of the day. This is interesting. I didn't see this until now because I was so focused on the battle that's going on out front. Here's your Micromaxes. And it's closed right up at the front for Leo Hunt. Milo Taylor starting to reel him back in, but in the Mighties, a 5-second penalty for Freddie Dye, who's chasing after Jacob Amos. So I think he's got this one in the bag. Meanwhile, in the Micromaxes, Cooper Galloway in third, 5-second penalty. So not going to make a dent in this one, unfortunately. It's all between the change of position for our front two, unless something absolutely chaotic and cataclysmic happens in the final few stages of this one. On to the final lap then. Who's going to take the victory here in Micromax? And Milo Taylor's found a gap up the inside. What a move. Has been maybe waiting for that all race, and the door opened. And Milo Taylor waiting patiently, reeling in Leo Hunt for the last couple of laps, has gone to the front of the field and found the way through. And now you've got the Mighties catching up, I believe, to the back of where Capolonga is, towards the back of the field. The Micromax is going to come round on a last lap dash and a dive down the inside. It's worked out pretty well for Milo Taylor. He's going to take the checkered flag ahead of Leo Hunt. Cooper Galloway was never going to make a dent with the 5-second penalty early on. Where is our Mighties going to finish though? Jacob Amos just about holding on still, on track. He's going to win because Freddie Dye's got the 5-second penalty, but all for the standards out on track and the claims out on circuit. Is he going to retain the victory? Tries to find a gap on the inside. Jacob does it, takes the win ahead of Freddie Dye. And in the background, Capolonga there, finding the way through. And then Jaden Bond and Jack. What happened to them in that one? What happened to them in that one? There's a checkered flag. I'm pretty sure our Micromaxes shouldn't have come into the pits there, but they fancied another lap round the circuit, you know, just to maybe put some more tyres down, put some more rubber down on the circuit. There's your provisional result, of course, subject to the race stewards and the penalties that they seem fit. Milo Taylor takes the win in Micromax, followed by Leo Hunt and Cooper Galloway, who's got the 5-second penalty anyway. Jacob Amos takes the victory in the Mighty Cadets. Freddie Dye with the 5-second penalty to come as well. Capolonga in third in the end on the podium with Jaden Bond and Jack Swong. Rounding off your 8 runners in our dual class there. Wonderful stuff, right? They come thick and fast, fast and furious, you could say, from one class to another. And if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. It's Rotax Inter, which we'll come on to now. Our Intermax drivers going to be making their way out. By the way, there's race control right on the start line with all the timing going up there with our Buckmore Park team and race stewards out there keeping everyone safe. And there you are. I mean, of course, some brief downtime between the sessions. All our marshal posts here, making sure though when the racing action is going on to keep all our drivers safe. And good to see all our marshals that we bring you throughout all of grassroots karting, whether it be here, whether it be at Shennington Kart Club, whether it be at Trent Valley Kart Club at PF International, whether it be at Wilton Mill Kart Club. All of our race stewards and officials at circuits right across the UK giving up their time to help the younger drivers of the future, and obviously even some of our senior drivers in our senior road tax as well. And actually later on, very soon, we're going to be seeing not only our usual senior road tax classes, but we're also going to be seeing our slightly heavier class of our senior 177s, which is good to see that different weight limits are getting the chance to have their say out there on the circuit, as is the competitive nature of senior road tax, and actually a subject of our Bump Draft podcast, which you can also get access to if you become a SlipStream member. By the way, you're watching these heats for free for the morning sessions. If you want to catch the final sessions later on, you can become a SlipStream member and catch all of the conclusions of how our drivers got on, and we'll finish the day here. Click that join button down below the Alpha Live YouTube broadcast at the moment, and you'll get all the benefits there. You also get access to our Bump Draft podcast, which on the Bump Draft podcast with Henry Baudet, Piers Pryor and Andrew Mather, they were saying about these heavier weight classes and at senior road tax, the weight limits just need to be put up. That's why the 177 here today is a good showcase, an example of that. Gives drivers of that description a bit of a chance to actually compete and not be feeling like they're laxing behind so much. But our drivers have come out then for our Intermax. Let's get on to our starting grids for this one. Mason Munzer is on pole position for this one. Finley Thompson also joining him on the first row of the grid. George Whiteman and Hayden Wardale is on the second row of the grid. Ronnie Griffin is fifth. So making their way through Garda here. They'll line up. Our small but competitive grid, finding their way round through Garda. And here we go then. They'll wait to build the speed. Our drivers through Cafe Curve, through the tram lines. And we are away and racing into turn one. An instant dive round the outside. Is that going to stick? Although they're going to have the outside for this turn, not going to try and hold it round there, and actually loses a place there because of trying to attempt to make that move, did Mason. So Mason has dropped all the way down from pole position into third, and the opportunist move up the inside by Harvey Ball means it's been a great start for Harvey in this one. Goes defensive, hugs the inside line, tries to use the crest of the hill to defend, but actually that's worked against him because a lovely move round the outside of the crest of that hill, and you've got George Whiteman now into the lead, just catching the back there. A little bit of a squiggle under braking, and down into turn one here at Buckmore Park, or into hairpin one, should I say, and then into the second hairpin here. It's a real ride, this track. It really is. It is full on, not a moment to breathe. This section here, completely flat out. The corners coming you thick and fast. You career down through the second sector, down into the heavy braking zone of Pullman's, and then through into Paddock Bend, over the crest here at Garda. The G-force, of course, even in these small karts, working on your body against you, and then you've got the slight respite coming down the start-finish straight through Cafe Curve, and then through the double right-handers of Conway's, and then into Henry's Bend, and then you get on the anchors into hairpin one and into hairpin two, and then try and use as much of the runoff as you dare and you can, that you're allowed to. Clip the apex there on the inside, hug the apex there as much as you can to then clip the next one, and you want to almost take like a wide line and approach, kind of hug the middle of the track coming down into Pullman's and Paddock Bend, and then get on the power out of Garda's over the crest of the hill as soon as you can, and then you do it all over again and try and improve your lines, your braking for the next one. Dive to the inside there from Finley Thompson, who goes ahead of Harvey Ball. Harvey falling back in this one. Almost looked like Harvey opened the door there. but maybe just got a little bit wide. Wasn't thinking that Finley was that close behind him, coming down into this section of the track here. And Finley feeling, I'm sure, pretty good. Having taken second place off, but that's all the while whilst they've been scrapping, as we talk about so much in karting. It's given a chance for first place George Whiteman to go out ahead and build an insane gap. The pace out front, absolutely Herculean in comparison to our other drivers in this one, down towards 6th place. George is half a second quicker on their fastest laps compared to the rest of the field right now, so half a second round here and a 42nd lap. Very impressive indeed. And George stretching his legs out front. But here is the action in the midfield at the moment. Plenty of good battles going on. That was Hayden Wardell there, alongside with Mason Munter, who started on pole position for this one, has dropped right down through the field and making adjustments to the radiator there, coming into Conway's, into turn 1. Maybe trying to get a bit of extra airflow through the radiator, get some extra performance out and try and cool the engine maybe, but not really doing much for pace out there right now. The amount of adjustments I see actually on the radiators on these Rotax machines, I kind of liken it to, you know, when Michael Schumacher used to really aggressively, in terms of frequency, change how much brake bias he would on an F1 lap. Actually look at the pole lap that Schumacher got for Mercedes in Monaco. I think it was around about, would have been what, 2012 time roughly, and the amount of adjustments he made on that lap. It kind of just gives me the same kind of visions when our drivers here or drivers across the country making those radiator adjustments as regularly as they are throughout all of the circuits. Meanwhile, just going, you know, 50, 60 miles an hour through a chicane, through some S's. Great skill on show, as always, from our drivers out there. You can see a little bit of the curb just chucked up there by Harvey Ball, sitting there at the moment on the podium still, in 3rd place. And now the gap between first and second collectively, George has got that 3.7 second out front right now, absolutely untouchable in the lead. Finley Thompson's now got a bit of a nice buffer as well in 2nd place, back to Harvey Ball and Hayden Wardell. Ball, Wardell, Munter, all in sort of a chasing group here. And Ronnie Griffin trying to catch up from the tail of the field. Clattering over the curbs there, through Paddock Bend. I mean, it's that trade-off, isn't it, of how much you unsettle your car, how much it might bog your engine down in your grip out there on the circuit. Oh, is there a gap down the inside? Just about finds it. Wow, Hayden Wardell makes a move on the inside of Harvey Ball. That was very, very on the edge of the amount of grip that he had. But now Harvey's going to come back, try and find a move up the inside. Doesn't quite take advantage of the inside line. Enough pace for Wardell to hang it around the outside. As you can see, mechanics, parents, teams finding their support as they come down through into the final sector of the paddock on the right-hand side of your shot there. But there's Finley Thompson going through. We haven't shown you George Whiteman for ages because, well, there's not much point, because he's nearly 5 seconds in the lead in this one in a 7-minute race. Very impressive stuff. Using all of the circuit on the outside, you can see the tyre and the rubber being laid down on that left-hand curb, should I say, before they take the apex into hairpin 1, and obviously running right over the curbs there. So there's Harvey, there's Wardell setting the gap here. These are your runners for 3rd, 4th and 5th right now. And there's our leader. For the first time in about, I don't know, it feels like an age since we've shown you our leader. On the penultimate lap right now, George Whiteman in an absolute class of his own out there right now. In our Intermax class here at the Summer Cup at Buckmore Park, in the Garden of England, in Kent, down south in the UK. He's very much enjoying this circuit and the challenges it's throwing at him. Nice and smooth there, you can see all under control coming up through Garda, and this is going to be a coronation lap for George, who's absolutely driven the wheels off of his Intermax machine underneath him. Gets the kart turned in really nicely there. Not much steering lock as well, look, just little flicks of the steering wheel going into both of those hairpins there. Nice and controlled, not soaring away at the wheel that you sometimes might see from some other drivers who like to have that work to do at the wheel to pivot their car in at all different places of the track. It's sticking underneath him. He's very confident and comfortable with the grip that's available, and he's going to be very confidently coming across the line here to take victory. George Whiteman, I want to say maybe 6 seconds ahead at the finish of that one. There you go, confirmed on your time screen on the left, ahead of Finley Thompson, who takes the second step of the podium. Hayden Wardale holding on to third in the end from the challenge behind of Harvey Ball. Mason Muntz, who started on pole, dropping right down in the end to 5th place, and Ronnie Griffin rounding off our 6 runners here in the first heat for our Summer Cup at Buckmore Park today. And in partnership with the Stoner Motor Company sponsoring this one for us. Great to have them on board with our Alpha Live broadcast and our SlipStream broadcast being brought to you today from Buckmore Park. And there's your provisional result. George Whiteman, an absolute light year ahead of the rest of the field. Finley Thompson, Hayden Wardale, Harvey Ball, Mason Munter and Ronnie Griffin rounding off your 6 runners there. George Whiteman's not going to mind that. It's going to do him the world of good for the confidence going into our second heats of the day. So it's about to get a whole lot louder. Now we'll go from our smaller engines in comparison to, well, our junior road taxis, the big boys. And there they are then, on the dummy grids. And welcome to, if you're just joining, our live broadcast bringing you coverage of the Summer Cup down here in Kent at a very special circuit, Buckmore Park. It's been around since 1963, has had pretty substantial upgrade a few years back with the really distinctive sort of blue colour theme around the circuit. And of course has very famously got the Surtees family behind. John Surtees, I mean, what do I need to say about John Surtees as the legendary career that he had in motorsport? Stuck in the family, and the team here at Buckmore Park of Philip and Richard Martel Surtees leading the way, trying to even more put Buckmore Park on the map for some fantastic racing. Be great to talk about some of the history through with you and some of the context of this incredible circuit throughout the rest of the day here. But for now, let's get our starting grid for our Junior Road Tax first heat. Eden Salvage, Freddie Wall is on the front row with Cora Moore, who you might have seen in the kart championship, starting there on the second row of the grid. Harrison McNeely is 4th. Layla Fitzgerald, Nishawn Marshall is 6th, and Luke Weavers and Timmy Shahini is 8th, followed by Reynolds, Harrison, Wright, Stefanov, Kid Glass, Iqbal, Kent and Orridge in 16th place, with Cooney, Dimitru, Cunningham and Rashid is P20. And all our drivers going to get there in time towards the back of the grid, slowing the grid right down here to make sure all our drivers get there and they're there in time for the tram lines. So our biggest grid so far to be expected with Junior Road Tax. Looking for the plaudits here of the Summer Cup this weekend at Buckmore Park. And there's the tram lines, there's the start of the acceleration line. Here they go. We are racing here in our first heat of the day for Junior Road Tax. An instant squirrel away from Eden Salvage into the first turn there and taking it all pretty conservatively into the first turn there and trying to feel how much grip is underneath them. And look at the weaving going on. Oh, it's a full start. There we go. I couldn't quite see the full start. I've just seen a flag to the left. I did think they were going a bit gingerly, to be quite honest. Conservative was like, they're racing very, very conveniently, and almost it's like a Sunday stroll. There's nothing of that because we're doing a false start. So race control not happy with how our drivers went away there. Maybe not bunched enough close together. Went too early. Did seem like maybe the back of the field there, as I see again, one of our junior Rotax drivers trying to find their way towards the back of the field and given a fair chance. Right, there you go. There is Issa Rashid towards the back. I think race control will be happy to get this one away now. And our clerk of the course there, Drew, watching on to the right-hand side. Are we happy going racing? We are now. And absolutely nothing convenient going about into turn one. It's all to play for now. No niceties on show and into and holding on to the lead. Aston Tab with a great start there. Ahead of Freddie Wall. Look at these two then. Already right out in front of the field. Eden Salvage already dropping away from our front two runners here and settling into this one very quickly indeed. But of course could change very swiftly as well. Harrison McNeely from fourth, jumps up to third there. From Eden Salvage finding the escape road on the outside there with some of our drivers. Up front though, a challenge for the lead already. Is there a gap on the inside? Finds the curb on the inside. Momentarily did Freddie Wall, went into the lead, but the door shut on him very, very quickly. And now finds yourself back behind Aston Tab, using the circuit to his advantage. Got the experience and know-how of the pinch points of where you can make moves stick round here at Buckmore Park, and that's well, off the track, I think, there to some extent for Freddie Wall. The grip not staying where he wanted it to through the third sector, and there's going to be a right old ding-dong between these two, I think, right to the end of this race. If these two keep battling, you can see the rest of the field coming into it, as we see in karting very frequently, and in a field like this where the differential might be a little bit bigger with our junior Rotax machines, it could be very easy for our third place man Harrison McNeely to close up here and chase on down. Oh, but there's been a big incident there between a lot of our drivers. Who's involved in this one? Jacob Kent at the back, Cooney involved as well there, battling each other. Yellow flags out, wave yellows, and overtaking a cart to the outside there. Who's that off? I'm trying to make that out. Looks like a, is that 45 or maybe 42? 82 there. Oh, Issa Rashid, who was having issues getting around, and we've got a full course yellow here. The slow boards are out, which neutralises the race then to make sure that everything gets back into the place where it is. There is Issa Rashid, who did have that issue getting onto the starting grid of this race, into the formation, and clearly maybe some issues with the kart then, pulling off to one side. So we'll wait for our drivers to come round, and if you're not familiar with the procedure of the slow boards, you might feel like you're on a formation that we have a full start, then have to come round again in formation, 2 by 2, side by side. In a slow board procedure, they will follow 1 by 1, as you see them now. When they get back underway in racing, can't overtake to the acceleration line on the start-finish straight. And our leader out front, if he sees a green flag, is controlling the pace until then. The yellow flags aren't waving now at Garda. Looks like when we get to the acceleration line, we can go racing again. The clock is ticking down, and all of that effort that Aston Tab and Freddie Wall made at the start has come to no avail. They've got to do it all again. The slow board's still out though, so we go for another lap, neutralised here, and a chance for our drivers to take a bit of a breather, give their body a bit of a rest, and get back on it hopefully for the next lap. Probably wanting the rest of the field actually maybe to just chase up and all go off as one at the start again. Don't want too much of a spread when we get going. Letting some of our drivers back into this one. And just I guess a chance to say about Buckmore Park a little bit more. It's obviously got that Surtees history, as I was telling you about before, and ploughing investment into a circuit that's really becoming one of its own here in the south of the UK. And hopefully some big plans on the horizon in the future. They've got some big ideas for making an incredible, even better paddock facility and race control and point here when you get onto the start-finish straight. Very exciting times here at Buckmore Park in the years to come, hopefully, and bringing even more incredible talent and drivers to the south of the UK. The slow balls go out though, and we are racing it away again. Aston Tab's got to be very careful that Freddie Wall is not on him in an instant. Of course, that's exactly what Freddie's going to try and do. We'll try and duck and under, find a move around the outside, pivoting behind him on his rear bumper all the time. I'm not sure what happened as a result in the background there. It looked like Eden Salvage made a place up and a dive down to the inside. But your front three, and these two definitely trying to find their way out at the front here. Nishawn Marshall there, I think, still in fourth. Was challenged by Eden Salvage. Marshall held on to fourth, getting a bit wide down the exit curve with one of our runners behind. No, Eden Salvage, yeah, definitely up into fourth then, as I thought. And coming down into the first couple of corners, a double right-hander, and once again finding a way onto the right-hand side. And find a way through sector 1 into sector 2 here. Flat as you can throughout the tight and twisty chicane and through the S's. Oh, and two cars coming together there, trying to find a gap on the outside. Was Cora Moore. Couldn't find a space. Two doesn't go into one. And on the outside, just carts getting up on top of each other and still continuing in this one. That was Cora Moore, not too sure. It happened so fast, who Cora came together with, but no room at the inn around there on that curbing and on the outside line. But 30 seconds to go, and here is Tab and Wall facing off. And look at McNeely in the background there, ready and waiting to pounce. We've seen this quite a lot in the 2026 season, where the likes of Jensen Sale in the Intermax in the National Championship, similar kind of driving style and approach to a race like this, where you're sitting in third. Our front two runners of Tab and Wall here, if they get into a little bit of a fracas on these last couple of laps, McNeely's going to be there to mop it all up and potentially take and snatch a victory here in this first heat of Junior Rotax at the Summer Cup down in Kent this weekend. But after here, coming down through Cafe Curve, 12 more turns to go of this 1,000-metre circuit onto the final lap here. Aston Tab, can he hold on to the race win ahead of Freddie Wall behind? Looking like he's got it under control right now. Finds the apex nicely there. Into the first hairpin. Tries to get the kart to turn on a sixpence. Into hairpin 2. Down through the chicane. Through the S's. Down into Symes Sweep. Down into Pullman's. Into Paddock Bend here. Aston Tab's just got a final couple of corners to worry about. He'll get on the power. He'll floor it as early as he can out of there. Gets a great run ahead of Freddie Wall. And he's going to take the win here of Freddie Wall. Aston Tab is your race winner of our first heat of Junior Rotax. Wall McNeely is the rest of your podium. The rest of our Rotax runners coming across the line there. Hope Cora Moore is okay from the earlier incident. Further back in the field. Your top 10 then. We'll get your provisional results. There is your race winner, Aston Tab, ahead of Wall McNeely, Salvage, Marshall, Fitzgerald, Harry Wright, Alexander Stefanov, Ledger Dimitrou, and Ashan Iqbal is rounding off your top 10 runners. Cunningham, Kidglass, Harrison, and Shahini 14th in this Junior Rotax field. And then the rest of your runners there. Luke Weavers, Kent, Harrison Cooney, Cora Moore, Reynolds, Orridge, and Rashid, who obviously bowed out of that race a little bit early on. Cooney and Kent had that incidents of coming together as well. Wasn't going to play any further part in this one. Some track limit warnings being dished out here at Buckmore Park for Dimitrou in that one. Contact warnings for Salvage towards the front of the field. Got got to be so careful on the track limits. But whilst we wait for our next races to get underway, plenty of other things for you to enjoy right across karting in 2026.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream Pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
Hi, I'm Oliver Hodson. I'm the first guest on the SlipStream Tune-Up podcast. Really excited to be on here, and what you're going to hear is me talking about how to win major karting events.
I teased it last month. Ooh. We've got some more SlipStream goodness coming to our members, and hopefully to give you members some more value. We've had a great uptake. We want to continue to give you more value for your membership, also to hopefully encourage some more members to get involved as well. The second podcast, which is coming, now has a name.
Oh, go on then.
The SlipStream Tune-Up.
Ooh.
The SlipStream Tune-Up is coming to your screens as a member and to your ears as non-members. And the idea is to give all of you members at home some inside knowledge from the best in the business. First guest, Oliver Hodgson, podcast already recorded. I couldn't have asked for a better first episode.
Oh, wow.
Second guest, August, Gus Lawrence, already recorded.
Boom.
So that's a pretty good start. And the first episode, which will be in the second week of July for our SlipStream members, the week after for non-members, is about how to win a big karting event. Not a coincidence that airs 2 weeks before Kartmasters.
So this is you asking the experts in their field to give away as many secrets as they're prepared to help other drivers. So basically, what you're trying to say is that by becoming a SlipStream member, it will make you a better driver.
Yes, it's going to be good. Hopefully you guys enjoy it.
So exciting news here as we wait for our senior Rotax drivers. Our exciting news for our SlipStream platform as part of Alpha Live, giving you access and insight into the world of grassroots karting. You can see Henry Baudet, Andrew Mather and Piers Pryor with our Bump Draft podcast. Become a SlipStream member, you'll be getting that Bump Draft podcast as soon as it lands for you to get involved with the conversation with UK karting. And our Tune-Up podcast coming very soon with some of the biggest names in karting for you to get across as well. But let's get into our first heat for our senior Rotax drivers today. Well, our first class of senior Rotaxes. We'll talk more about the other senior Rotax class here as well very, very soon. Jacob Clay's on pole alongside Ada Sexton with some good laps in the warm-ups and the practice sessions earlier this weekend. Broadbent, Russell, Leppenwell, Caitlin May, Sly Hewitt and Chaplin is on row 4. North, Johnson, Altu, James Cannon, Zigmanta, Welsh, Hammond and Dexter Collins down onto row 8, followed by Colin O'Shea, Lawrence Moss, Lombardi, Freddie Green, Thorpe and Georgia Perry rounding off your 22 runners in senior Rotax. Here's a view of the first turn then, and our drivers underway into the tram lines. And are we away in racing? Yes, we certainly are. And into turn 1, I think was trying to hold the lead there. Into turn 1 was Louis Aspel, but don't think's managed to do it, no. And jump up into the lead. Declan Russell has found a way through. They hurtle into the second hairpin. That's a very good description because they certainly did. And not all of the 5 carts into 1 found their way through, sadly. Not too sure who span round there. I'm sure they'll find their way through. And 3 wide into Garda. Goodness me. Leaving absolutely nothing out there in the very first heat of the day for senior Rotax. So Declan Russell then up into the lead, setting a 40.0 for the first lap. 6 tenths ahead of the pace of Caitlin May, who's up into second, up 4 places from the start. So fantastic start from May. Sexton's dropped down a place to third. So it's Russell, May, Sexton, and then Chaplin chasing behind with Johnson and Aspel, who's not had the greatest of starts from the front, down 5 places into 6th. So many a move being made in the first 1,000 metres here at Buckmore Park for our senior road tax drivers. Now, I was watching in the warm-up earlier, maybe there's a bit more grip out there on the circuit with some of the rubber that's been laid down by some of our drivers, but they were struggling to be full throttle coming through Cafe Curve and keep their foot planted. Some of the drivers were managing to do it, as we're now into the 38s around here in these senior road taxis. Insane lap times from what could be achieved from our senior road tax machines. Yeah, they were struggling to stay flat through onto what you think is technically the start-finish straight through the Cafe Curve. You can call it turn, but it's sort of a kink. And down through Garda here. So Garda in through these centres, the centre chicane, and onto Cafe Curve here. As we get to about there, coming through that apex at the back of your shot there, trying to stay flat, but sometimes having to lift off the power ever so slightly so you don't end up in the barriers on the right-hand side. God forbid, hope that doesn't happen so far this weekend, but when you're on the edge of the pace, you're on the edge of the limits of what your tyres are giving you, grip-wise, as very wide there on the outside was Caitlin May, trying to find a little bit more extra lap time, maybe unintentionally, to chase after Declan Russell. But doing everything they can to find the lap time here around Buckmore Park, as you would. It's your job, you're a racing driver. Every 10th out there is valuable. And trying to find your way through. So Caitlin chasing after Declan Russell, who's built a nice tidy gap of about 9/10 of a second, might build up to about a second, although Caitlin is doing well to hold on and settling into this race. No, it looks like they've closed the gap slightly to Russell out front. Yeah, so gained about 1/10 of a second back and trying to find their way into this one. Keep your support coming in on our live stream. We do see them, we see all of your comments, and great to see you showing your support for whatever driver you are cheering on out there today, or drivers you might be scouting for whatever reason. Just keep an eye on different kart classes across the pinnacle of UK karting. A great chance here at the Summer Cup today at Buckmore Park to give drivers valuable track time at a really incredible circuit, but also a challenger circuit. We've got yellow flags waving out there. Oh, and that is why. Oh my goodness. I hope the drivers got out of that one okay. Definitely have done, because they're not in the kart anymore. That's a good thing. We're showing you it because it's a good thing. We wouldn't show you if it wasn't. But that's Jasper North that was involved in that one and getting caught on the outside. And as you can understand, full slow boards are out. I was saying Reece Thorpe was getting a nice bit of support there from Brian Dunn on our live chat. But the race neutralised then. Declan Russell, the gap that Declan did have, evaporated to Caitlin May, and Ada Sexton, who was starting to come back at the front too as well, settling into this one. So just going to take some time to get these karts cleared in what happened in the first hairpin. No way of really getting around that with the racing, so we'll settle down and wait for the marshals to clear here. So it looks like we're going to be into a bit of a place where we're going to have a last lap shootout. We didn't get it at Silverstone in the F1, so we can get it here. we like last lap shootouts. Race control hopefully feels like there'll be enough time to go racing to deem a last lap shootout, and won't finish under the slow procedure, but safety is paramount. Obviously that's the key thing, not just for our drivers but for our marshals, making sure that the barriers are going to be where they need to be as well, and marshals working as quick as they can to get the karts off the circuit, out of the way, and get our racing back to where it needs to be. See our drivers involved there, safely off to the outside. Now just mulling their thoughts of what on earth happened there. In those two coming together. And now you can see, look at our drivers hoping that their carts don't come to a halt. They're trying to get enough flow through the radiators. They don't want their carts to choke up. It's the last thing they want, pulling off to the side. Everything's been flowing very well. It's 35 seconds on the clock. I'm not sure if we're going racing. Doesn't sound like we are. The yellow flag's still out. Yeah, they still need a bit of time to clear up. So when we get going again, it's going to be Russell, it's going to be Caitlin May, Ada Sexton, third on the podium. Johnson is leading Hammond from fourth and fifth, and Welsh all to Broadbent. Aspel down to ninth now from pole position. Sigmanta in your top 10. And let's hope we can go racing for a final lap dash here. I mean, if you want entertainment, this is where it's going to be. Get your popcorn out, because we could have an absolute frantic end to this one here in our Senior Rotax first heat of the day. And no excuses now. There's no race strategy here. It's just full pedal to the metal, 100% right to the end. And the yellow flags have stopped waving, I think, on the start-finish straight. We are going to have one lap of fast and furious racing action when they get to the acceleration line. Russell's going to have it all to do. And we are away and racing. Who's going to take the victory in Senior Rotax? Looks over the shoulder instantly, and you can understand why. Russell over the shoulder looking for Caitlin May. But Ada Sexton has jumped up into second place. Caitlin May has lost out on the restart there. So Sexton capitalising on, well, it looks like Caitlin sort of fell asleep at the wheel there a little bit and didn't realise the momentum from behind. Sexton's up into second. Russell is hopefully going to retain a victory in this one. Caitlin May's going to hold on to the podium, but further behind, is there going to be any dashes to the line? Looks like it's going to be a tall ask for anyone to find any final positions there. It finishes Russell, Sexton, May, Oliver Johnson jumped up to fourth in that one. Kieran Hammond, Ollie Ertu in sixth. Welsh, Broadbent, Aspel, Zigmanta holds on to the top 10 as well. And with a resplendent view of the third sector behind you is a provisional results. Russell, Sexton, May, Johnson, Drummond, all two Welsh, Broadbent, Aspel, Zigmanta, your top 10 as I said. James Cannon further down in P11. William Chaplin, Jacob Clay and Freddie Green down to P14, followed by Georgia Perry, who made some great progress in that one for the back of the grid, up to 15th. Reese Thorpe, P16 in the end. 17th for Byron, Dexter Collins, Lombardi, Moss, North, O'Shea and Leppenwell towards the back of the field there. With some of our runners not finishing in that one, as you saw the incidents happening early on in that race. All right, and we go from our senior road taxis then into our next class of the day. And just while we'll wait for these carts to be cleared up and make sure that we can get going again. Oh, their cart's definitely looking a bit worse for wear there. The 88, who was involved, Jasper North. I think there's going to be quite a lot to do to get that cart back into shape. You can, I mean, the flag's just getting in the way now, annoyingly, but you can see the rear axle there as the North camp here will assess the damage. It looked like the rear axle had seen better days, that's for sure. You can see the tyre, I think, sort of pointing in a direction it normally wouldn't. Just a bit of TLC to give it there. But yeah, whilst we wait for these carts to be cleared off, you see Drew, our clerk of the course there, trying to speed up proceedings. We've also had our senior road tax drivers, but something we've been talking about in the Bump Draft podcast, and Henry Baudet made the point very eloquently, was that we've got our senior road tax class, the weight limits are getting harder and harder to try and fulfill in this day and age. So this is where our Senior Rotax 177 category comes in, with the combined weight class with the ceiling a bit higher, so it allows more drivers to have a bit more of an even playing field rather than the usual 158 kilos that there'll be in the Senior Rotax. So it's giving that chance for drivers to compete in a different field. So it'll be good to see the drivers that don't normally get the opportunity to have a chance here out on the circuit, whilst Jasper Norse's car comes into the pit lane in a different way to what they would normally think. Can see a lot of support here at Buckmore Park on the paddock on the right hand side. Waiting for our next sessions to get underway. The paddock's still pretty, not as big as the likes of PF or some of the other circuits you might visit around the UK, but still pretty substantial. There's a lot of space there for lots of awnings down on the hill for maybe our privateers. Some of our awnings for our drivers. The Project One team have got their own section here as well this weekend, and Project One you'll see in Honda Cadets in some of the national championships. Lots of privateers though with an opportunity to be here this weekend. And all of our drivers maybe actually enjoying Buckmore Park for the very first time. Another great circuit to get some track time around. It's a unique challenge. It's not as long a lap as you might have at the likes of Rowra or Kim Bolton around the UK, but a technical challenge nonetheless for all of our drivers across the grid. And still a pretty sizable grid, even though it's not the initial Senior Rotax grid you'll normally have. Who else is getting involved here on the live chat whilst we wait for our drivers to come out? And some of you Slipstream members, great to see, joining us for our heat section of this one. Suzanne, Ashton, good to see you involved today. Thanks for being involved with the live stream. Motorsport Magpie, lovely to see owner driving back at Buckmore Park. Certainly is. I couldn't agree more. As I said, I've driven around here, not had the pleasure to have my own owner driver to go around here, but a fantastic circuit, especially in owner driving, can really bring out all of the characteristics of this 12 turns here at Buckmore Park for a good challenge. Also got Colleen Arnold joining us as well, Declan Miles. Can we get a happy birthday to David Mad Dog Ives, celebrating his 87th birthday today, watching his grandson race? Well, you certainly can. Happy birthday, David, and well, thank you for your support. It's great to have you along here. Dan Walker also pipes up as well with the birthday celebrations too. 87, love it. Do you go racing yourself much, David? I'd love to know. If you're still out there in the Senior Rotax grids. I know that Senior Rotax drivers, there's been Senior Rotax drivers for a long, going well into, towards 60, 70. Not as frequently as you might imagine, but be good to know. Maybe you raced before David. Mad Dog, as you know. Did you get that from your racing? The Mad Dog nickname? I don't know. I'm just guessing now. I don't want to assume anything because I could land myself in hot water. And just as I finished my monologue there about nicknames from racing and Mad Dogs and David celebrating your 87th birthday, very timely because our drivers will go out then in a class that I haven't had the pleasure of seeing in 2026, but I certainly knew about it. Our 177 Senior Rotax category getting underway then here at Buckmore Park for the first time this weekend in our first heat. And here is your starting grid. On pole position, Jamie Salter leads you off from the front row, who was finding the grip out there through the cafe curve a little bit earlier on, but seems to have found the grip out there to be on pole position for this one. Adam Clark, Doug Jenner, Taylor Bellini, Deacon, Wright, Walker and Mayer down to P8. And then it's Jason Mills, Oliver Moss, Bowyer, Tom Davies and Gareth Scantleberry down to P13. That feels really nice to say. Your little Scantleberry. Is it going to work out there for him for the rest of proceedings here? I shouldn't be let on the mic, should I? It's dangerous. We'll try and lead you here through the first race of the day for our drivers, coming through the final couple of corners on our formation lap here. And into the tram lines once again. They rev up the engines, they build the speed, and we are away and racing into the first turn. Trying to find their place, trying to hang it out wide maybe to get the cut in, but you want to really have the inside line here. Going into the first hairpin and then maintain that, shut the door, cut the corner maybe, and over the hairpin curb into the second sector, and a challenge already out front from Billy Clark. Billy's going to let the inside open up for Jamie Salter, who dropped from the lead on that one, and he's found his way back through, I think. Oh no, Jamie Salter. Where did Jamie Salter go? He's dropped right down to 5th. We've just seen an update on our timing screen. So it was actually, as you see, a nice move down the inside there for Bellini up to 2nd. So it was Clark up to 1st briefly, and then another Clark, Billy Clark, retained the lead up to 1st. So it's Clark, Bellini, and followed by another Clark. And then Deacon and Salter's fallen all the way down through to the middle of this front pack here. Dive to the inside. It's a beautiful overtaking spot here at Buckmore Park. Onto the crest of the hill. And Adam Clark then jumped up the order, but also Taylor Bellini. Taylor Bellini then up into 1st. Into the hairpin, so it's Bellini now, followed by Billy Clark and another Clark. Clark 2 by 3. And then in 4th, it is, I still believe, Lewis Deacon then finding the way through into this one. So they'll settle out. Driver peeling off into the pits there in the background. Not sure why. Maybe they've got an issue with their radiator. The engine not quite giving what it wants to do. Kevin Moss, good luck to Ollie Moss. Bring it home for Alex in this one. Oliver Moss sitting in 7th place right now out there. Making some good progress from his starting position. Upper place, not too bad. It's a direction you want to be going in. To see you trying to turn the carts in, you can see the one side of the senior Rotax machine lifting off the ground as to the turning circle, the grip that they get rolling through the corner to find their way through. And another move to the inside there, but it's going to try and be switched back on. Just about holds on to it there. That looked like a move involving, I think it was Martin Mayer further down the grid. And Bill Bowyer, so yeah, further down. I'm just trying to spot the number because it's quite fluorescent. Oh, it's, yeah, so it's Bill Bowyer involved with Oliver Moss there, further down with Jason Mills in 7th, finding their way through. And careering around these 1,000 metres here at Buckmore Park, you can see not only people watching on from the paddock area as trying to hook the curve on the inside to find a space there, won't be found from our 2 drivers that were coming into shot there. Here's plenty of action though, coming into Conway's with Damn Right. I think you opened the door there, went very wide on the outside. And thank you very much, says Oliver Moss there, I think into there. And who's this peeling off to the side? I think that was Scantlebury, who was starting at the back of the grid in this one. Scantlebury is out of this one, won't see any further part. And we'll try and come back stronger in the 2nd and 3rd heats for this class. You can see the, when we cut today, you can see the marbles being kicked up there off of the rubber underneath our drivers in these senior Rotax machines, and hustling it into hairpin 1 again, through hairpin 2, lifting the wheel off the ground there, depending on the setup you've got to try and, whether you've got a setup to get into the corners faster or whether you've got a bit more stability on the exit out of it and a bit more straight line speed and traction Depends what you'll want to set up for, try and use the characteristics underneath you. Jason Mills looks like went up the inside of Oliver Moss there, but did he hold on to it further down? And yeah, I think he did. So Oliver Moss coming back through then to hold on to 5th place. Meanwhile, here's the front of the race then. So been some changing up since we've been watching further back. Billy Clark is in the lead now. So it's Clark by Clark, and then Deacon in 3rd, chasing after these two then. Got just under 2 minutes. Let's keep an eye on our front two. That move is one in the armoury for a lot of our drivers here. And relinquishing the lead, then finding a way back up into the lead. Billy Clark using all of the tricks of the trade to stay in the lead of this one, sacrificing P1 momentarily to then find a way into the place they want to be. Round through the 3rd sector, down through Pullman's, up the inside. Again, Adam Clark had the lead, and Billy just waits for Adam to go wide, finds a way up the inside, and then retains P1 again. And if you're going to have that strategy, you want to time it perfectly towards the end of this race. As there's moves going on behind here, down in 3rd, down in 4th, between Deacon and Bowyer, I think that was. Maybe further back towards Moss and Mills. It's now a sort of front two, or front one actually. Now Adam Clark's trying to hold on to 2nd. With a couple more laps on the clock here. And into turn 1, lovely move down the inside there, into Conway's. Bowyer has capitalised, caught Adam Clark napping, and is now up into 2nd place. And Adam's got to be careful he doesn't find himself going down further through the field. Track limit warning as well for Oliver Moss from race control in 4th. The number 44 in 4, all the 4s. Pretty sure that's good luck or something, isn't it? To stay there, although he'd like to be in 1st as much as he can. We're on to our final lap. And is Oliver Moss going to hold on to 4th? Is Billy Clark going to hold on to 1st here? Bill Bowyer is on a last lap dash here, right on the rear bumper into hairpin 1. Goes defensive, does Billy Clark, has to. Into the 1st hairpin, coming down through the S's. Through the chicane, down through the sweep, down into Pullman's. Has Bowyer got any answer here to dive down the inside, round the outside? Is there any space? He's going to do it into Garda. Has he found a move round the outside? He has, with meters to go. Bowyer has stolen victory here from Billy Clark. He's done it. Takes a sigh of relief as he crosses the line there. Bowyer snatches the victory from Billy Clark, who was trying to hold on to 1st there between Adam Clark in the rest of that one. Oliver Moss in the end up to 3rd in the final stages of that race, and Adam Clark falling down to 4th in the end. There's your provisional result. So it's Bowyer, Clark, Oliver Moss, Adam Clark, Lewis Deacon, Jason Mills down right, and Salter, who fell all the way down to 8th unfortunately in the end of that one in P8. Martin Mayer 9th. Your top 10 round off by Tom Davies. Colin Walker, Bellini in 12th. Had a less than fortunate end to that race, unfortunately, right up at the front for a big part of that one. Scantlebury out pretty early on in that one too, as well as Doug Jenner. So those are your 14 runners. There's your race winner in Bowyer, stealing it at the end. Opportunist move on the inside of Garda. It's becoming a bit of a trademark move for all of our drivers here, no matter what class it is, and Bowyer made it stick, that's for sure. All right, we'll go from our senior road taxis back to back of different classes on to the next one. Okay, so we've done all of our first heats and we'll be back around just once again. We'll go around again. We're back to our Honda Cadets there, you can see. Underway then. In just a moment. Lining up on our dummy grid. And just some of the dads, mechanics and, well, jack of all trades as they are here, trying to get all of their karts in the right place. We'll just wait for our Honda Cadets to come round and race around here. Look at this, a beautiful circuit. It looks proper, doesn't it, Buckmore Park? I've really enjoyed the few times I've been able to come here and had a really sort of big TLC lick of paint a few years back, and it's just brought this track alive. I know there's some reprofiling down into the third sector as well. Great track to come here and own a driver. Great circuit to be here in rentals as well, in corporate karts. Maybe if you let us know actually if you've raced here before, whether that be an owner or whether it be in a rentals, let me know. It'd be great to hear your thoughts on it. Or if you're seeing the track for the first time today down here in Kent, what do you make of it? Is it giving some good racing? I certainly think so. Now Honda Cadet's about to get out into this one though, for the second time today. And whilst we've got a bit of time in our hands, let's maybe look at the starting grid for our Honda Cadets. We're just waiting for that to come through to just verify who's going to be on pole for this one. We've got two Andrews here this weekend. We've got that Andrew there on the dummy grid who looks after making sure all the pre-race checks are all underway. And then Drew Hornsey, who's the clerk of the course, who you'll see out there in the middle of the race circuit, keeping an eye on things, making sure everything is running smoothly for all of our drivers. Previous props to Ollie Moss out there, finding his way onto the podium in the end from Kevin on our live chat. And finally our Honda Cadets away then, here for the Summer Cup. And finding their formation for the second time today. On pole then is Brandon Lasco in the 47. Ethan Holbert joins him on the front row of the grid. Oliver Jones, Jensen Drummond, who was making moves aplenty in the previous one. Can he do the same starting on the fourth grid slot? Cruz Jenkins, followed by Max Skilton, Kabir Singh and Callum Ryan in P8s. Eric Grisbeck down there in ninth will want to try and recover some of the pain from the earlier racing. George Lilly, Ollie Knox, Alexander Mercer, Pichak and Cruttenden, Alex Finn and Abatia in 16th. With all of your 16 Honda Cadet runners then. So remember, Honda Cadets, standing start for our drivers in this one. No formation lap as such. We'll be getting on the power as soon as the red lights go out, which race control there on the left hand side, just into the darkness under the trees, will get all of our drivers underway. There on your left hand side of the grid then is pole. There is Jude Bartlett on pole position. They rev their engines on the start line, they're underway, and from second, a fantastic start from Lasco into turn one. Absolutely got the jump on Bartlett. So Brandon now into the lead ahead of Bartlett, and Owen Jones trying to catch each other on the inside there. No space for Felix Finn towards the back of the grid there, and spins round, misjudges it on the hairpin, And we'll have it all to do to catch back up with the grid again. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Oh, where's that driver going? On the outside. No grip out there for sure, and definitely no lap time out there. Coming through the start-finish line then for the very first time, and Drummond already up to second place, up 3 places from the start, so not bad at all. And Drummond on a mission then to chase after. Lasco out front. Drummond followed by Jones, and Bartlett now falling all the way down to 4th from the start. Really not a great start. Here comes Drummond though, up the inside. There's the textbook move we've been seeing so far all throughout our classes today, and Drummond goes to the lead in this one, ahead of Jensen, ahead of Brandon behind. So it's now Jensen ahead of Brandon and Oliver Jones on the podium then in 3rd. And Eric Grisbeck also making a fantastic start up into 4th. Ollie Knox, Jude Bartlett, Ethan Holbert, Jenkins, Singh, Callum Ryan is your top 10 right now. Ahead of George, Lilly, Mercer, Pichak in 13th, Crottenden, Bhatia and Skilton, and Finn down to your 17 runners in the race at the moment. Trying to find another move on the inside there. Further back towards the rear of the grid. It's working for a lot of our drivers out there this weekend. There's a move working on the inside as well. Callum Ryan into Conway's Bend. Beautiful move on the inside. Takes 7th place off of Jude Bartlett. Bartlett really falling down the field here. We always talk about in karting, don't we, whether the pressures are set up for our drivers to sort of come into their own later in the race, or whether it's just the lack of pace they've got compared to our rivals out there sort of all comes out in the wash towards the end of the race. And of course we'll find out who's got the ultimate pace out there towards the front. But Jensen Drummond showing he can do it at Bayford Meadows with that BM plate on display, and they're building a gap out in the lead. Look at the gap ahead now, 8/10 of a second ahead of Brandon. And some lovely moves going on further back. Gets on the brakes, shuts the door, does Grisbeck. Up into 3rd now then, ahead of Oliver Jones, who's also then got some company behind from Ollie Knox. Has Oliver Jones falling down through the field. It can change so quickly, so fast in the world of karting. And now Grisbeck looks like he's got the pace to chase on after 2nd here. 1st might be a tall order, but can definitely get after Brandon ahead in the 47. Across the line then, once more. 3 minutes on the clock plus the extra lap that we have in karting. And Drummond's nearly built a 2nd gap now up to the rest of the field. Class of his own out there. Once he got out of the traffic and into some fresh air out front, it's all just keeping an eye and focusing on nailing the turns. Brandon ahead of Eric then. There is Eric though. Eric has closed right up to Laxco in 2nd and is right on the rear bumper. Can he try and find a move around the outside? Is he going to switch back? Oh, there's not much room on the outside there. Shows him the runoff. For now though, it's not going to work because Grisbeck's going to come up the inside, and whilst the door's open as well, before it slams shut, Ollie Knox is going to come up into 3rd place, onto the podium. So now Grisbeck has been released into 2nd. Drummond's had this chance to build over a 2nd gap. Is Grisbeck going to shut the door and reel in the rest of this race? Not if Brandon's got anything to say about it. Just as he was settling in to 2nd, Lasco jumps back up into 2nd place, and it's going to give Drummond that comfort, arrested ahead into this one, and somehow out of nowhere Ollie Knox up into 2nd. Ollie Knox has got up into second ahead of Grisbeck now. Ollie Knox has now become the chaser after Drummond, but I really do feel like it's a lost cause because Jenson Drummond now 1.4 seconds ahead. You can see the gap visibly opening up there as they come down the hill into Pullman's and down the crest there through Garda, through the centre chicane, down here through Cafe Curve. Here's the battle for second. It's really hotting up now. This is where your money's on right now. Grisbeck to the inside on Ollie Knox into hairpin 1 and takes the position back. You bet Ollie Knox will try and stick it around up the inside though again. Is there enough grip on the outside? No, Grisbeck holds it, and in the process I think Callum Ryan gets around the outside. Nearly did. Grisbeck somehow holds on. It looks like he relinquished that part there, although this is where Callum Ryan might find a way around the outside. It's all changing here for second, third and fourth between these four drivers. Callum Ryan then ahead of Grisbeck. Brandon Lasco has fallen all the way to fourth. Ollie Knox down, now in fifth for all of those battles in that part of the track. Oh, it's absolutely non-stop. And would you expect it to be any different, especially in a Honda Cadet field that is really closely matched with the machinery they've got underneath them? Well, unless you're Jenson Drummond right now. He's saying, oh, I'm well on top of this Honda Cadet car underneath me. I know exactly how to get the best out of this. But with very equal racing, there's great talent in the Honda Cadet classes all up and down the UK. Jenson Drummond, though, onto the final lap, showing why he deserves to be at the front of the field here in the Summer Cup this weekend. It's been very competitive for Drummond in the National Championships, in the Kart Championship that I've seen him racing around most this season in 2026, with the likes of Cannon and Luca Bicocchi up the front and Mason Becker, the likes of those drivers. With Drummond very much in the mix of a very competitive Honda Cadet grid, but he's got no competition in this second heat today for Honda Cadets. He's going to come across the line with an absolute sea behind him. Jenson Drummond takes victory in Honda Cadets for the second heat ahead of Callum Ryan. Fantastic race from him. Who set the fastest lap in that one? A couple of attempts quicker in the end was Callum Ryan ahead of Drummond. Grisbeck finishes on the podium for all of his efforts. Ollie Knox in the end finishing down towards fourth. Lasco down in fifth. Jones, Holbert, Lilly, Mercer and Kabir Singh rounding off your top 10 in the end. Here's your provisional results for you on screen. 10 seconds back from first was 10th place in the end. Jude Bartlett falling down to 11th in the end. Max Skilton, Timon Pichak down in 13th. Cruz Jenkins in 14th. For your provisional results, finishing with Bhatia Cruttenden and Felix Finn in 17th. So we're getting closer towards today to finding out if it's coming home for a certain driver in their class. It just about did last night, didn't it? If you were up like some of the Alpha Live team, catching the final agonising moments. Just a couple of us. Some of us wanted our beauty sleep, didn't we? We wanted our 40 winks to look even more gorgeous into a new 24 hours of our lives here down in Kent at Buckmore Park. But less of our aesthetics and how Alpha Live team look today and into our next class here at Buckmore Park this weekend. I'd say we don't look too bad, just to finish and round off that point. Yeah, here, we say. Waiting for our next, I say next class, but our next two classes to come out in this dual grid race. And a great opportunity again for the likes of Jacob Amish. You can see at the back there in the 171 in the the black and red helmet, and Freddie Dye in the mix there with our mighty cadets. At the front of your picture here, you can see our micros, our Micromaxes. Milo Taylor there at the front right now, looking to get back underway into some more action around Buckmore Park. I think he's liking it so far. Took the win in the last heat. Green flag for our drivers. They start their engines to their right hand side, fire it up and get underway then for the first formation lap. So as you might have seen earlier on, our Micromaxes will go out ahead of our Mighties. The grids will be set off slightly staggered. There they go. Here come our Mighties. There's Jacob Amos getting a nice old switcheroo on to get a bit of heat into the tyres. I mean, it's fun to drift out the pits, isn't it? Within reason. And here is your starting grid then for this one. And I'm thinking one less Micromax driver than we had earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Leo Hunt, though, alongside Cooper Galloway. We're not seeing, I don't think we're seeing Milo Taylor. So Milo Taylor, I think, should be in the mix of that grid there. But the rest of our runners, Jacob Amos, Jaden Bond, Freddie Dye and Jax Wong. I can confirm Milo Taylor is in pole position. So it's Taylor, Leo Hunt, Galloway and Capalonga. I can assure you out there are 4 runners here. Going over Garda, coming through the final couple of corners. Here they are. And waiting to go through the tram lines before they can build the speed. And they are away and racing. Milo Taylor leads the Micromax field into turn 1. Is he going to have a challenge round the outside? No, nothing doing there. And will hold off a run from anyone previous behind in the background. So our Mighties, though, about to get underway. Here they go. And here is Jacob Amos getting challenged by, I think, Jaden Bond round the outside. No, Freddie Dye. So Freddie Dye then up into the lead ahead of Jacob Amos. These two been having some friendly battles on track. So Freddie Dye once again getting up to the lead of this one. Jacob Amos falling back through, but I think he likes being the hunter. Talking of the hunter, Milo Taylor very much enjoying being the hunted right now. Leo Hunt is the one doing the chasing and finding their way through the first hairpin into the second hairpin. Look at the transfer of the body weight you're seeing going on there from Milo Taylor. Nice techniques we see obviously from all drivers in karting. No different there, using all of the strength and the weight at their disposal. There's back to our Mighties, a bit of a soaring at the wheel. Further back for our 3rd and 4th place, Jax Wong and Jaden Bond in their own battle. Back to our Micromaxes on the start-finish straight. And Milo Taylor, I don't know what he's signalling here, because Milo Taylor is pointing ahead to absolutely no one. Usually those hand signals are used to point ahead to, let's chase after the driver ahead. No, let's work together. And Milo Taylor's going, I assume then, using that hand gesture to say, don't judge me yet. Don't attack me yet. Let's build into this race a bit more. Leo, don't even think about it. Like, I'm enjoying being in first right now. The driver psychology, always on play here. In whatever class it might be. Oh, it was a bit of a drift there for Cooper Galloway. Out of Garda, but just about holds on to it. Very much on the back of Milo Taylor and Leo Hunt right now. Across the line again for another lap of racing action, and as wide as you can on the outside there. Brake on your reference point that you might have for your marker. Maybe a certain drain hole cover, a certain point in the trees or the barriers on the left-hand side. Chuck it into the hairpins. Reference points all around here, you'd think, at Buckmore. Braking there, they brake very late for Garda, and will chuck it in. They can obviously afford to, as not got so much speed to scrub off here. do our micros. And trying to keep up the average speed as much as you can. That's, of course, in the name of karting. What you want to do, you don't want to lose any momentum. You want to keep as much of your power down there on the circuit as you can. Through the hairpin, through the second hairpin. Milo Taylor holding on in this one. Ahead of Leo Hunt in second. I wonder how our Mighties are getting on at the moment with the likes of Freddie Dye and Jacob Amos. Milo Taylor holding on in Micromax. For now, through the Cafe Curve and through the Sennas. Freddie Dye and Jacob Amos look absolutely toe-to-toe according to our timing screens. And there you go, beautiful work from our Alpha Live team, which means you can follow both races pretty much at once. And look like Jacob Amos still very much following Freddie Dye. Capalonga goes down the field a little bit more. It's Dye still followed by Amos. And there is Amos chasing on after Freddie Dye at the front still. There you go. So Freddie Dye still being stubborn to not let Jacob Amos to have another opportunity in this one. Jacob Amos already has a win to his name in the first heat, and Freddie Dye claim another one. But back to the front of our micros. There's good action here between our front two runners. Milo Taylor neck and neck with Leo Hunt. There is nothing to choose between these two. Milo has driven a completely sort of different dynamic in this race in the second heat. Milo came through to the front and worked his way through in this one. He's been able to stay out at the front of this one and currently holding on to Leo to go around the outside, but Leo tried to chuck out the inside there. Milo had to take pretty drastic action to chuck it round the outside and then become the inside line once again through Garda and through the final couple of corners, and before you know it, into the first couple of bends, through Conway's, through Henry's Bend, into hairpin 1, into hairpin 2, holding onto the grip of the kart. Leo trying to find a way through, but Milo Taylor standing strong. There is no way past Taylor right now. Over the crest of the curb. There's a way though. Is he going to find it up the inside again? Milo repeats the same process. Hangs it around the outside. What great defensive driver. You could almost sense that Milo Taylor knew that was going to happen. And it's almost like these two are driving along with a bit of rope attached to them. Absolutely nothing to choose between the gaps of these drivers. He nearly thought about a move to the inside there, did Leo Hunt. We've still probably got a couple of laps to go in this one though. Milo Taylor has still got some work to do here if he wants to hold on to another race victory. Leo knows that now Milo is aware of that move into Garda, into the final few corners, and knows that he can't try it now. Look, there you go. He's not trying it this time. He's going to stay behind Milo this time and stick with him down through Cafe Curve and across the start-finish line. And this is where the move are going to be made this time. Much better chance. Oh, but Milo Taylor spins round and he's facing the wrong way. It was inevitable. He's not happy about that. Leo chucked it up the inside. And there was absolutely no way that was going to come out. With both drivers side by side there, trying to have the same piece of tarmac and the same bit of racetrack. You'd like to think that it's not going to end well for Leo coming out of that one, but he got ahead and Taylor is now the one having to claw the way back through the field. Quite interesting though, I've only just seen this from race control, been watching the action throughout this. So Leo Hunt out there right now, he's got a 5-second penalty even though he's in the lead of the race. So Milo Taylor, despite being caught by Leo there on the turn, he has apologised there. You can see him into the vision of Milo. Cooper's going to take second, it looks like, in this one. But Leo's got a 5-second penalty. He's going to drop down. And if Leo Hunt builds just another half a tenth of a second here when he comes across the line, Milo's only going to drop down. Well, Leo Hunt's only going to drop down 2 seconds. What's the gap going to be? Yes, Milo just about recovers there. Leo's going to drop down. Cooper Galloway is going to win this one out of nowhere from that incident. Who's going to take victory in the Mighties? It's going to be Freddie Dye and Jacob Amos there in the end, finishing a good second and a half back. Don't know what happened between those two whilst we were busy watching the micros and happening between there, and our Mighty Cadets in the end finishing as Freddie Dye, Amos, Bond, Jack Swanger, Capalonga, Leo Hunt, Galloway and Milo Taylor in the end, but that's provisional. Leo Hunt's going to drop down to second. Hunt's going to drop down to third rather. Milo Taylor's going to jump up to second place. Cooper Galloway off the road is going to take victory in that one. Doing our best to keep you across both the action of both our classes in the dual grids. It's very difficult I hope you can appreciate, for our Alpha Live team to keep across both races at once side by side with all of the action going on, but good to see action in both of those classes. And let's try and get a replay, shall we, of what happened earlier on in some of our races. And here we go. Here was the move from Leo Hunt in this one. So he's slowing it right down. You can see up to the inside, and it just, you know, obviously not for us to comment on what happens in the race with incidents, but you got to say that it was quite an ambitious move for our drivers there to go up the inside, and that will be maybe discussion for Leo Hunt and Taylor to have. Let's get on to our next class for the day in our second heat. And we'll be pretty quick with this one to get onto your starting grids because they're making their way out for the formation lap. Hayden Wardale is on pole position for this heat, ahead of Harvey Ball, Mason Munzer, Finley Thompson and Ronnie Griffin for our small but very competitive Minimax Inter grids. And Munzer starting on pole in the last one. He's going to be down in fourth for this one. Wardale had a great battle up to third in the last one. He's going to be second. And Finley Thompson further down the order. Ronnie Griffin towards the back again. The yellow flag's waving to make sure our drivers are nice and slow before they approach the timing lines and into the tram lines. They'll wait for the lights to go out. They'll have an eye on that. They'll come towards the tram lines here. They'll build the speed. And they'll put their foot down to the floor, and we are racing and away here at Buckmore Park once again. And George Whiteman, who had electric pace in the very first heat for Intermax, is very much displaying an incredible start once again. But Harvey Ball, who is out of traffic this time, he might have a bit more to say about the challenge of George ahead. Maybe some differences in setup this time for the second heat. And approaching this time around. Obviously a bit more heat in track temperature out there now as the day progresses here. Down in the south of the country in Kent. Oh, and a similar kind of dive to the inside there. A very, very compliant Harvey Ball on the outside there, letting Finley Thompson through, although that could have ended very, very differently. And Finley Thompson up into second place. George Whiteman further extending the gap then, whilst these two battle it out front. And it's the same old story. George Whiteman able to go ahead here. And building now a 0.7 of a second gap. And now up to more than a second. So George Whiteman leads Finley Thompson by over a second to Harvey Ball, back to a second and a half of a gap now to the leader. Hayden Wardale, 1.9 seconds back. Mason Munzer, 2 seconds back. And Ronnie Griffin, 3.3 seconds towards the back of the field here at Buckmore Park on this fine Sunday. Beautiful weather conditions out there for our drivers. Nothing to worry about at all. Perfect conditions for racing. And soaring at the wheel was Hayden Wardale into there. You can see he's dropped right down though in this one. It's kind of a flip of scenarios from the last race. Hayden Wardale has found himself in 4th, whereas he was coming right through the field before up into the podium place. And almost getting wide there was Harvey Ball. But just about collecting it. And George Whiteman further extending the gap then. 4 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. 1.6 seconds ahead. There's a move to the inside, trying to be attempted there by Hayden Wardale. It's ambitious. I like the effort. He'll try and hang it around the outside again on Harvey Ball, but I think Harvey Ball's got this one under control. Fends off the challenge for now. Coming down into the very fast S's and chicane section, down into Symes Sweep and into Paddock Bend and through Pullman's as well. And then the Cresta Garda down through Senna chicane and across the start-finish line once more. What's the pace like out there at the moment? George Whiteman is a class of the field. Well, not only because he's in first, but as is the level of pace he's setting out there. Good 0.2 of a second faster on the best lap that anyone else has set right now. George Whiteman on a 41.2, as you can see Mason Munzer on your screen flying through there. Yeah, our race leader Whiteman on a 41.2, Finley Thompson on a 41.4, so over 0.2 of a second quicker. Whiteman's got to be careful here though. In a track limit warning a minute or so ago from race control here at Buckmore Park, they're very strict on it, and so they should be, because there's very attractive runoff all around here at Buckmore Park as to the white lines and the red lines and the red sections on the outsides of the circuit, but the confines of the circuit are within the white lines. As well, you probably don't need me to tell you that. You're familiar with motorsport, you know how all that works. You can take a bit of curb on the inside there to come down through the sweep, and you've got to be careful how much curb you use there on the outside. It's normally the main culprit here, whether you're in rental or own a driver. It's that section on the outside of Paddock Bend that they are very, very hot on, and so they should be. Here's the battle for third though, kind of the best of the rest though in this field, and Wardale has found himself back to the place he found himself in the first heat, on the podium. Harvey Ball is in 4th, Mason Munzer there in 5th. Ronnie Griffin trying to hold on to this race down there towards the back of the field in 6th. 1.5 minutes now on the clock, plus the lap. And Whiteman streaking further and further and further into the lead of this race. 3.3 seconds out front from Finley Thompson in second, and then a further sort of 2.2 seconds from Finley Thompson back to Wardale. So first and second again got this one well and truly in the bag. How impressed have you been with George Whiteman in the interclass so far in today's race meeting, since we've been bringing you live coverage? It's been great to see, and a name for all of you to look out for, I think, for the rest of 2026 in George Whiteman, if he's putting in these performances here in the Summer Cup today. So 30 seconds on the clock, it's ticking down all the more. There's Harvey Ball trying to chase after third place, but now Wardale settling into this one. cementing that podium with a nice gap there, coming down through the sweep again. And Ball has got no answer to chasing after Wardale. Munzer in 5th. There he is, flying through your shot. And back towards the front, that was Thompson just coming through your screen. And then you had Wardale and Ball, and then Munzer coming through once more. There they are. And how far behind are they now? So, third place man Wardale getting on for 6.5 seconds behind George Whiteman. There he is. There's our race leader. He's about to come across the line to start the final lap. And I mean, it is all going very swimmingly for George Whiteman here today at Buckmore Park. You can't miss him out there, wearing his bright fluorescent race suit. A striking livery, a striking helmet as well. And you know, it's kind of that thing, you know, like where you buy very leery football boots and they say, don't wear those kind of football boots unless you can back it up with the skills to go with it. If you apply that same mantra here with George Whiteman and his car and his race suit and all the colours he's got on show, he's very much living up to the bright and leery aesthetic that he has on display here at Buckmore Park, because he is going to cruise to race victory once again. George Whiteman takes another controlled and very comfortable victory here ahead of Finley Thompson, who crosses the line there 4.6 seconds back. I think George sort of stepped off the gas there towards the end. Finishes third, 7 seconds behind. Harvey Ball 8 seconds back in 4th. Munzer in 5th. And Griffin back towards 6th there. Your provisional results then. There you go. Whiteman, Thompson, Wardale, Ball, Munzer, and Ronnie Griffin getting some track time. But oh, hold on a minute. Hold on. Before you get rid of those results, keep them there, because Whiteman has got a 5-second penalty for track limits. I told you they were being strict here at Buckmore Park. They are very hot on track limits. Whiteman, a 5-second penalty. That's going to drop him down behind Finley Thompson. Couldn't build that 5-second gap in the end, did George Whiteman. Wow. And just seen that come through near the end of that race. So Whiteman is not going to finish first off the road. It's going to be Thompson, but he is going to hold on to second. So there we are then. Provisional results there for you on screen, but off the road, Whiteman's going to lose that race victory. That's going to be something to remember and hold on to into the rest of the races this weekend. Right, we'll go from our Intermax into our next drivers waiting on the dummy grid that you can see there. And back to the loud rasp once they fire up their engines. Two junior Rotax of our understandably biggest grid here this weekend. Who you cheering on this weekend if you're joining us between what you've got going on this Sunday, the green flag waves for our dummy grid to go out, find their way around. Good to see Rory Burke cheering on the GMS Motorsport team here this weekend, and Lawrence Moss in the previous classes. But here we go for Junior Rotax, second heat of the day. And John Reynolds is going to be on pole. Miles Harrison is starting on the front row of the grid. Then it's Harry Wright and William Kidd Glass, followed by Hassan Iqbal, Jacob Kent and Aston Tab. We are missing our pole sitter off of your time in there, so it is all going to be sort of one place out. It is Timmy Shahini on pole position, which you haven't seen, but the rest of the drivers involved in this one: Salvage, Wall, Cormore, McNeely, Fitzgerald, Marshall, Weavers and Cunningham, followed by Rashid, Orridge, Cooney and Dimitru. So yeah, you're not seeing the pole sitter, but the pole sitter is there, I can assure you, in Timmy Shahini, and then John Reynolds on the right hand side here on the front row. So they go through the tram lines, the lights have gone out, and we go into the race once again for our junior road tax drivers. And across the timing line, said John Reynolds had jumped up into the lead, and certainly has done. John Reynolds ahead of Shahini then. And a spinner in the background there in the early part of the hairpin. Not too sure who that was. But all to do in the early stages of this race. And now using all of the runoff there. I don't think that'll be allowed to just cut over that red runoff on the extreme limits of Buckmore Park. So it's Reynolds followed by Wright. Shahini dropped down to third then on the race start. You can see in the number 14 and into hairpin 1 then for the second time through hairpin 2. Get as close to that apex as you can. Leave a bit of room for it though, so you have an optimum racing line onto the outside and out of the second hairpin and down towards the S's through the chicane and down here into Garden out. A dive to the inside using the curb to hook it on the inside there. Miles Harrison in the 22, nice move. To jump up into third then of Timmy Shahini, who was falling all the more down through this field to fifth. Aston Tab, Freddie Wall, Kid Glass and Eden Salvage in ninth. Nishawn Marshall and Harrison McNeely and Jacob Kent down towards 12th right now. Cohen giving a bit of room to the outside there. To the lead goes Harry Wright, and John Reynolds would argue there on the outside that he was kind of forced wide, had nowhere to go because Harry Wright had thrown it up the inside, but the track limits there. Got to be also careful running over those white lines. If it's a hook, line and sinker for our race control and stewards to be seeing this weekend, they will not hesitate to dish out the orders to our drivers going round all of our 12 turns here at Buckmore Park this weekend. There's another one wide onto the outside, and that's Miles Harrison this time, who couldn't seem to find the grip to stay within the confines of the circuit, and thankfully no one was on the inside to challenge there. Aston Tab, by the way, who was having a right old argy-bargy with Freddie Wall in the first heat, up to fourth in this one, having started a place down in fifth. There you can see the kart being hooked up on the axle there for Miles Harrison, getting all the lock possible in and out of the second hairpin. And now the two at the front of Harry Wright running away with it. Oh, and finds a roadblock there. Miles Harrison gets tagged around by Aston Tab, and the yellow flag's waving there down by the dummy grid just to warn the drivers coming through. And there's a kart going slow in the background as well, I think, towards the rear of the field. But that's meant that spin has put Miles Harrison all the way down into 17th place from third. I mean, how your fortunes can change in the blink of an eye between our leaders. It could happen as well, though. Between our two there. And Freddie Wall, I think that was down towards third and fourth. This is third now. Freddie Wall up into third ahead of Iqbal, who's now in fourth. Kid Glass. Here they are then, you're sort of better than the rest coming through. They'll come across the start-finish line. There's your confirmation. Freddie Wall ahead of Iqbal. Salvage up to fifth. McNeely in sixth. Kid Glass down in seventh now. And through the first hairpin, up to the second hairpin. Here they go. You can see that shot. You can see the rear axle hooked off the ground. It's all the front tyres doing the work through the second hairpin and through the first hairpins, as is the degree of the corner. Here's your leaders now, though. We're jumping on. A tenth of a second between them. Absolutely nothing to be on show right now as to the differences between these two drivers. They're so evenly matched. Harry Wright and John Reynolds. There's a dive to the inside, though, as they try to hook it around the outside. John Reynolds up to the lead again. A trade of the leads in the hairpin. It's one of the prime spots for the overtaking this weekend. here at Buckmore Park, as is here as they get into Garda. John Reynolds taking an opportunity to eke out the gap into this one on this lap, hopefully, and Reynolds trying to eke away now then. Harry Wright had the opportunity coming down into the final couple of corners to look over his shoulder, see how much of a gap he's got to Freddie Wall, how much wriggle room has he got to play with here, challenging after our race leader now in John Reynolds on these final few laps. And he's got enough of a gap, to be honest. It's around about 2.3 seconds back to Freddie Wall in the gap now. But they'll come across the line then with exactly a minute on the clock, plus 1 lap. And John Reynolds holding firm then. But Harry Wright is very much there, maybe taking the opportunity to have a tiny breather, let the kart have some clean air coming over the front wing, not be so close up the back of Reynolds. But then will time the move perfectly in strategy. There's Freddie Wall hustling it into Garda, getting it stopped as best it can. So have another 2 laps here. Freddie Wall, there's Iqbal. There is Eden Salvage as well with the challenge from McNeely behind with the fastest lap of the race right now. With a 39.28. Nothing really much to choose between our top 6 in times. There's half a tenth of a second in it. It really is nothing much to choose between our drivers in a very, very close junior Rotax field. What would you expect any different? Final lap then for John Reynolds. Can he hold off Harry Wright? He has built about a 0.4 of a second gap. Further back here, there'll also be positions holding on for Iqbal and Salvage. Salvage up the inside, hooks it back, switch back around. What a move from Salvage on Iqbal. It looked like Iqbal really struggled to get out that corner. But as was the turn and the switchback momentum that Salvage got up into 4th now. And who's going to take victory in this one? I think Reynolds is going to be far enough ahead. There you are. John Reynolds coming through the final kink of Buckmore Park. Takes victory ahead of Harry Wright in the end. Freddie Wall couldn't chase after the front 2 as much as he would have liked. 2.2 seconds back to the race leader. Salvage, McNeely, Iqbal, Kid Glass, Aston Tab taking the plaudits for the fastest lap, 0.2 of a second quicker than our race leader in the end, followed by Nashawn Marshall and Timmy Shahini from pole position in that one, falling from 1st to 10th. Really not a great showing as much as he would have liked and manifested and visualised at the start of that race. Timmy Shahini rounds off your top 10 before then Jacob Kent, Dimitru, Fitzgerald and Cunningham, followed by Cora Moore, Alfie Harrison Cooney, Harrison, Weavers, Orridge and Issa Rashid. All right, we go from our junior road taxis then swiftly on to our next class, waiting patiently there in the dummy grid. And we go back to senior road tax then. So we go up through the age ranges. And senior road tax back in action then. Shortly whilst we wait for our drivers to make their way out of the dummy grid on what is turning into an even more gorgeous day here. As I say that, the cloud comes over and means there's less sunshine on the circuit. But it is a gorgeous day here at Buckmore Park. Just off the, if you're familiar with the south of the UK, just off the M2, down in the Kentish lands. and sort of around Maidstone, Chatham area, if you're familiar with it. And there they are, waiting to come out. And our position, sort of overlooking as they just come through Cafe Curve, is about where we're positioned. It's a little bit further back from the start-finish line, but there's a really nice selection of viewing spots around here at Buckmore Park, and we've got the balcony just outside our commentary position where we are with many teams and drivers. There you go, there it is, and there is the viewing gantry. Lovely. Yeah, so plenty a spot to look around here at Buckmore Park. On that balcony, just seeing those few supporters that just came past our commentary position, ready and waiting to see who's going to do well in this Senior Road Tax second heat of the day. So all our drivers will have 2 heats of all of our classes in this first session. Before the lunch break, we'll have probably around about 1:15. So in around about another 40 minutes of racing here before we get to there, maybe slightly sooner than that. And then we'll be on to our 3rd heats in our afternoon session, and then our finals, who's going to take home the trophy for our Summer Cup here at Buckmore Park. Haven't seen any of you commenting yet on what you think of Buckmore Park. Let me know. What do you think of it as a circuit? You like the challenge? Have you been here before? Have you driven here much here before? How does it compare with other circuits you might have been racing at or been watching other drivers at throughout the last few years? Be great to hear your thoughts today. Thank you for everyone getting involved on our Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live on the Alpha Live YouTube channel today. Got plenty of amazing races for you and championships on offer. And if you're a Slipstream member, you can get full access to all of our different championships across the different levels of karting in the UK. Become a Slipstream member today. Click the join button. You'll get access to unwavered action from all of our karting, and also part of our Bump Draft podcast, which is with the likes of Henry Baudet, Andrew Mather and Piers Pryor leading that one, and soon a brand new Slipstream podcast tune-up with some of the leading names and legends of karting, having a sit-down chat with Piers Pryor to, well, pass on the wisdom, what it takes to win big events in karting. The likes of Kart Masters, the likes of maybe Trent Valley Kart Club and PF International Kart Club, and all of these events as well. Click join and you'll be able to become a Slipstream member and be part of the Alpha Live family. It's growing every single weekend, all the time, and growing the motorsport community that we know that you love as much as we do. And that's why we're going to get onto our Senior Road Tax starting grid then as they make their way out for their formation lap. Oliver Johnson is leading on pole position. This one on the front row, joining him as well. Ollie Ortu is there on second. James Cannon. Kaja Sigmanta is fourth. Ryan Welsh, followed by Hammond, Collins and Asport. Jacob Clay, Sexton, Broadbent, Russell, Leppenwell, Caitlin May, Sly Hewitt and William Chaplin. Followed by Freddie Green, Reece Thorpe, Georgia Perry, Colin O'Shea, Lawrence Moss and Charlie Lombardi rounding off the back of the grid. You'll notice that will be based on their previous finishing result in the previous heat. There's mixed grids going on here, so maybe some of the front race winners will have to do it all again, and some of the drivers behind will get an opportunity to lead from the front. The yellow flag waves up to the tram lines, and we are away and racing. Get race control. Happy with how that one started. Getting awfully wide on the outside there, losing a lot of time. And our driver to the outside of the field, but Oliver Johnson gets us away in first this one, and these two, oh my goodness, having to bail out there. I think was that James Cannon, I think, who'd fallen down through the field, and then James Cannon was on the inside I think if he was going to keep his foot in, I think he would have ended up in the barrier. So very wise choice to get out of it, as well as some of our drivers getting up on the outside of the curb. Oliver Johnson then leads Zigmanta for third, up 3 places in second now. Ollie Altu is on the podium in third. And Declan Russell has jumped all the way up from 4th into 9th place. Oh, and red flag. Just seeing that come through, literally. Well, I was hearing some whispers, but just seen a red flag. So this race is going to be stopped. It's going to be neutralised. There's a big incident at turn 1, we're being told. Obviously, we're not going to show you that until we know for sure that everyone is okay. So our drivers have been stopped on the grid, and of course, not what we want to see. But our race officials, our team here at Buckmore Park, of course, taking safety first. That is the most important thing. Making sure that everyone is okay. The driver is out of the kart, though, we're being told. So that's a good news to hear. Hearing that come through to our commentary position from race control. And it is very fast there into Buckmore, into turn 1 here at Buckmore Park. So we're just obviously going to be waiting for the action, maybe for a little while here, to get all of our drivers back in the place they need to be, get back underway racing again, to get the barriers in the right place if they've been affected with an incident into the first turn, into Conway's Bend. Of course, you are coming into there hot with all of the power you've built and momentum up towards the first turn. And through the first couple of corners here, Conway's into Henry's Bend, you scrub off a little bit of speed, especially in the senior road taxis, but you try and carry, understandably, as much speed as you can into the second place. Well, whilst we got the stoppage, I asked you how you feel about Buckmore Park, and Scott Content, I don't know if that's your full name or you just, this is your content account, but Scott, thank you for getting in touch on Alpha Live's YouTube in our live chat down below the broadcast. You're going to Buckmore for the first time in 2 weeks. Can't wait. Yes, I can't recommend it enough either. As I said, I've driven here in rentals a few times. It is great fun. You are definitely going to enjoy it. Buckmore is amazing, says Tammy Williams. I love it. My partner is racing Colin O'Shea. Oh, I see. Yes. So no, Buckmore is a great circuit. Great to have the Summer Cup here this weekend, particularly in senior road tax right now. Whilst we wait for this race to get back underway, if you are watching and thinking, I want to be part of the Alpha Live family a little bit more, I want to get more benefits from you guys, well, there's plenty of things you can get involved with.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream Pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership, and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
I teased it last month. We've got some more SlipStream goodness coming to our members, and hopefully to give you members some more value. We've had a great uptake. We want to continue to give you more value for your membership, also to hopefully encourage some more members to get involved as well. The second podcast, which is coming, now has a name.
Oh, go on then.
The SlipStream Tune-Up. The SlipStream Tune-Up is coming to your screens as a member and to your ears as non-members. And the idea is to give all of you members at home some inside knowledge from the best in the business. First guest Oliver Hodgson, podcast already recorded. I couldn't have asked for a better first episode.
Oh, wow.
Second guest, August, Gus Lawrence, already recorded.
Boom.
So that's a pretty good start. And the first episode, which will be in the second week of July for our Slipstream members, the week after for non-members, is about how to win a big karting event. Not a coincidence that airs 2 weeks before Kart Masters.
So this is you asking the experts in their field to give away as many secrets as they're prepared to help other drivers. So basically, what you're trying to say is that by becoming a Slipstream member, it will make you a better driver.
Yes, it's going to be good. Hopefully you guys enjoy it.
Hi, I'm Oliver Hodgson. I'm the first guest on the Slipstream Tune-Up podcast. Really excited to be on here, and what you're going to hear is me talking about how to win major karting events.
So, plenty you can be getting involved with as a Slipstream member. There you can see Piers Pryor explaining things. We've got plenty that we're getting underway with as well in 2026. Slipstream, brand new for Alpha Live. It's giving you the chance to be across all of the grassroots karting and all of the different club championships across the UK. And we've been really enjoying getting out to lots of them, but also for opportunities like this to bring new circuits onto the map, into your mindset about Buckmore Park, particularly today. So it's great to see us being able to shine a spotlight, especially on some circuits down in the south of the UK as well, because there aren't too many. Of course, we've got Kimbolton, which have obviously got, Kimbolton's got the British Kart Championships going on this weekend, happening there in Cambridge. But again, it's more south than the likes of Rowra, obviously, in Cumbria, but great to get more circuits further down towards the south of the UK on show and on display. So just spending time with the driver that's affected here, just making sure that they're all okay. And understandably, we're not going to get underway and racing until everything is all fine and they deem that that's all okay. Our senior road tax drivers, though, have got to stop obviously on the starting grid as part of the mid-race procedure that happens. And been good to see the racing so far in this one. Oliver Johnson then, the first driver into the 39s there before we had that incident stop the race. 39.93. A good 0.8 of a second quicker than Sigmanta on the best lap. I mean, we hadn't had a lot of racing, to be fair, but definitely setting the timing screens alight was Oliver Johnson. But Ollie Altu and Declan Russell further back was setting the fastest sectors previously. What happens as well with the time, you might see that the time is paused. So, of course, when we had the slow board procedure, when we had the race neutralised earlier on, that clock was ticking down. But when we get a red flag, the time does get stopped. And we then commence all of the racing action, and obviously the time will then start to tick down once again. So we retain the racing time and the clock of what we need. So that driver's not really, when we're live on a live circuit, not allowed to climb out of the carts, although they've been allowed to now. So they're just being spoken to about what's going to happen with the rest of this race in particular. And you can see all our teams and drivers chatting with each other. Chance to talk about the slight racing action we've had so far. but sitting back in the kart, so hopefully not going to be too long. There on the right of your screen, down towards the 56, you can see Freddie Leppenwell. There he is. He's just waving. Can you hear me? Can you actually hear me? Freddie was waving at the time I was talking about him in the Lando Dan Holland Racing livery there. That was either a very freak incident or whether he's waving at someone else at the time. What's he holding now? Is he holding like a... Is that a chain guard he's holding? Looks like a chain guard he's holding. So he's going to drop it back into the pits. Oh, right. So, oh, okay. Our driver's turning round then. They're not going to be going through around the circuit. Okay, so they're going to be going back into Parc Fermé and back to through the, well, oh yeah, they would have opened up obviously the middle of the track, so they're going to be going through the middle of the circuit, coming back into the pits, and we're going to obviously hold off any action here before we get back underway. So there's no point me blabbering on about nothing, I don't think. So when we come back, I'll let you know about it, but we're just going to obviously hold things here for a second, and I'll dive back into the commentary when we're all underway again. So until then, hold tight, and we'll be back shortly. Hello then, welcome back. It's Jake Peach here, down at Buckmore Park with the Alpha Live crew for the Champions Kart Club Summer Cup in the heart of Kent. And yeah, it's been a while since we've spoken to you. I felt like I was going to come back not too long afterwards. However, race control here decided to take the lunch break early because we had a red flag incident involving one of our drivers, and we believe they're all okay, but they're just going off to be checked out and get the attention that they need. But they were up and about, so all good in that sense. And we've been waiting for quite a while for racing action to get underway here at Buckmore Park, but we're now in a place to do that. So thank you so much for your patience, and thank you everyone for sticking around. Welcome to this SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. We're still in the heats here, so news to bring you if you're not quite sure, if you haven't been paying attention to you haven't seen the live chat. We're going to finish the round of second heat, so there's meant to be 3 heats today. We've had heat 1, we've had heat 2 for all of the classes. We'll finish that very shortly. The third heats we were planning and not going to happen anymore as for the stoppage we've had in our racing action today. So then we're going to finish on our finals. So we had the red flag though of this senior Rotax grid who are coming back out here once again, and we only had about a lap of racing. What we understand is that because we only had about a lap of racing, we're going to start the race again and go from where we first begun. So we're not going to pick up from where the clock was paused from the red flag. So here we go. Right, Oliver Johnson is on pole position. Ollie Ortu is on the front row of the grid as well. Zigmanta is third. James Cannon fourth. Welsh, Thorpe, Hammond and Colin O'Shea finishes off row 4 for you. Louis Aspel, Kate Broadbent, Dexter Collins, followed by Ada Sexton, Sly Hewitt, Clay and Declan Russell. Your 15 runners in this one. Right, so it's been a while for some racing action, but all our marshals are back on post. Our drivers are revving up to the tram lines. And here we go then. Are we away in racing? Yes, we are. Into turn 1. And Jasper North holds the lead from pole position, chased closely behind by Oliver Johnson and Ollie Ertu coming through the first couple of hairpins, trying to size and move up the inside straight away already. And getting your foot right on the gas straight away down through the first couple of sectors, down through the S's and the chicane and down towards here to Paddock Bend, which they're coming up to now. Some drivers having to take avoiding action onto the outside to make sure they keep their car in a straight line. And we find ourselves through Garda, through the centre chicane, right here across the cafe curve, the kink, and we've completed a lap. The first lap underway, and Oliver Johnson, in the meantime, has jumped up into the lead. And who's coming from third to second? A dive down the inside from Ollie Ertu, back up to second. Jasper North falling down from pole position into third. They are completely flat from that first runoff area from hairpin 2, flat all the way down through the S's. They're only lifting off then slightly down into the third and final sector, down in towards the bottom of the hill there, where they're braking hard and dabbing the brakes to the right hand side. It's full on, and you take as much curb there as you can to save some lap time. Is that a move up the inside there from Sigmanta on Jasper North? I think it was. So Jasper North falling down the order even more. There is Sigmanta, and yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's Jasper North behind. So he's got to get his act together here, has Jasper, otherwise he's going to find himself falling by the wayside some more. Hopping over this curb, playing chicken with the track limits for as much time as you want. Gore sideways through the final section of Buckmore Park there, and just about keeping it in a straight line. Ollie Ertu is up into the lead in the meantime. Johnson is second. Zigmanta on that move from Jasper before, is up into third. Look at the rear of the car, lifting off the asphalt and angling through the corner of the hairpin, through the apex, getting through there as quickly as possible. They come down, hurtling down towards the sim sweep and towards paddock bend. We are now into Garda, and hug that apex and then hug the next one. You clip on the left hand side and run the car out to the right, so then you've got a nice line to cut to the inside of Catholic Curve and unleash all of your horses right down towards turn 1, towards Conway's and towards Henry's Bend. They're through hairpin 1 and through hairpin 2. You're looking at Caitlin May right now coming back through the field, who was up towards the top 2 positions in the previous races today. Thinking about a move to the inside there was one of the drivers, and they thought better of it. Who's going out incredibly wide on the outside there. I think they lost time, so it won't hurt them in terms of the stewards, I don't think. James Cannon that was, going out wide onto the runoff and trying to get heat back into the tyres here. All the rubber that's been laid down, they're getting better grip through going flat through Catholic Curve, but onto our senior road tax machines, some of the fastest, Lombard juniors too, struggling earlier this morning to keep it flat. I think just about doing that now and getting enough turning angle in so that you come into the corner, but not scrubbing off too much speed and stability from the rear of your road tax machine. Getting sideways, trying to catch the cart there. Doing their best. I think there might have been Kieran Hammond or a bit further back down towards Louis Aspel. Hurting to turn 1, that was Ada Sexton that flashed up, and right there is James Cannon and Leppenwell you had on your screen, the 56 before. Finding their way once again down the incredible undulation through the chicane and through the S's and down through Symes Sweep, and there is a move in the inside with Kieran Hammond on Jasper North, who's falling more and more down this grid, and well, his race isn't going north. If anything, it's going south pretty quickly. He's really struggling to hold onto the cart there, coming through Henry's Bend on the second of the double right-hander there at the front of the circuit. And finding their way all once again down the hill into the one of the heaviest braking zones of the circuit. And nice dive up to the inside there from Ada Sexton. That move has been textbook right throughout today from all of our drivers across our classes, and no different here in senior road tax. Ada Sexton up to 7th place. Becoming textbook trademark stuff here at Buckmore Park. It's a prime opportunity for a lot of our drivers to find that move up the inside. Oh, someone's off. I think that's was that the 16 who's trying to read that? Might be slightly different. Maybe Ryan Welsh a bit further back as he is down towards the bottom of the timing screens, but we'll soon learn as that driver will fall down as everyone come and trips the timing lines this time around. And everyone will shuffle in toward, and look at that move from the inside again. Absolutely nothing being left out there. Declan Russell on Zigmanta, climbing his way back through is Russell, and beautiful move done on the brakes. Up into 3rd place now. Lovely stuff from Declan there. And yeah, looks like Ryan Welsh, who went out of the race we were just seeing before, off to one side. We continue on board here. There's a yellow flag though out on the circuit somewhere, going into turn 1. I think we've got slow boards out actually. We've got full course yellow. Yeah, indeed we have. Full course yellow, slow boards out once again today, which means we neutralise the race, and we've only 14 seconds on the clock. Depends how quickly they can get this cart cleared away. If they can get it done quickly. Oh, and yeah, the time was running down, but we're under slow boards. You've just seen the timing on the left-hand screen there of the checkered flag. We're finished, we're done. no more further racing with the slowboards. There's no point in trying to charge everyone up back again for one final lap of racing. That's going to take a bit longer to clear the karts away. And yeah, indeed, that was Ryan Welsh who pulled off to the side in a bit of a dangerous position now, I think, given that we've already had one red flag today. They don't want to take any chances at all with putting drivers and marshals and officials at risk. Checker flag waves. There's the official confirmation. Ollie Ortu is your winner of our second heat in senior road tax. Oliver Johnson through to second, and then Declan Russell in the nick of time really came through at the right time before the race was neutralised. Onto the podium there then, jumping ahead of Zigmanta. Lovely move by Russell on the brakes in the first part of the lap to get that done. Caitlin May up to 5th, Kieran Hammond 6th, Sexton, Cannon, Leppenwell, Jasper North and Louis Aspel 11th, down to Reece Thorpe, Collins, and then Freddie Green, Colin O'Shea, Moss, Sly Hewitt, Welsh, Clay and Broadbent, who didn't finish that one. Alright, so look, back into some racing action. There we go. Straight back into it, and our driver's not leaving an inch out there on the track. And one of our drivers just retiring the outside of the track, just making sure that they're all okay. Just give them a little check over. Make sure that's all okay. You can hear maybe the engine in the background there. I can assure you that's not one of our go-kart machines. I'd like to know what it is though. What I heard in the background there. It sounded like a very, very nice superbike or something like that. And there's Byron Sly Hewitt, who also fell foul to the trials and tribulations of that race. And, well, at least he's getting the marshal to do the hard work for him. Just walking measly behind his own machine and getting that pulled off into the pits, which they'll come through here, and then there'll be the escape road on the left-hand side. But we go from senior road tax into our next class. And well, we stay with senior road tax, but it's a different kind of senior road tax. Senior road tax 177, which gives drivers maybe with that bigger build or just generally a taller, so there is just generally more of them. I don't mean that in a rude way at all. I'm not saying anything like that. They just have more weight around because they're most likely taller. They don't have the typical physical build like the small, you know, Yuki Tsunoda build of a racing driver you might like. So the road tax, senior road tax 177 class just gives a little bit of wriggle room on the weight and makes it all a bit more of a level playing field for our drivers out there on the track and soon to be out there on the circuit. Senior support still coming in for a lot of our drivers. There's another kart being cleared away and the marshal's working overtime here. I mean, it is a bit difficult because they don't have the trolley to lift it off the ground and get that cleared away a bit sooner, but they're doing their very best here on a sunny day in Kent. And good to see support all around for our drivers in the previous senior road tax there. Brian Dunn still knocking about on our Slipstream broadcast. Nice to still have you here. Get that top 10, Reece Thorpe. I think he was pretty close, wasn't he? But good to see you all involved. Just waiting for our drivers to get cleared up. There is race control here at Buckmore Park, just on the start-finish line. And in timing, so they're kind of the nerve centre of any race weekend. This race weekend here specifically as well. And making those big judgment calls, you know, seeing what's happened so far today here at Buckmore Park, needing to take action as soon as possible. You hear the whistle from Andrew, our pre-grid starter and official there on the left-hand side across some of the rest of the Champions Kart Club family as well for the National Kart Championship, which has been visiting Warden Law in Sunderland this year. We've also visited Wilton Mill, PF International in Lincolnshire, Wilton Mill in Daventry, Rowra in Cumbria, up towards the north of the country, and the next round at Shennington, which very much looking forward to being at. Some of the drivers, unfortunately not in this class because the 177 doesn't race in the kart championship, but senior road tax drivers will certainly, some of them that you've seen here today at the Summer Cup, be involved in the rest of the kart championship. And you might see them at other club championships as well around the country, which you can access and follow along with here on Slipstream. It's our Alpha Live YouTube service for you to get involved with. So many other benefits for you to be across and for you to keep your tabs on the world of grassroots karting and all the different club championships right up and down the UK. Shennington Kart Club, maybe, for example. Now they can start their engines, going out for senior road tax in the 177 class. And our final heat of the day before we get onto our finals, because we've had, as I explained, the third heat's wiped off the schedule as to the delay that we've had with our sessions. And as you can imagine, safety first. Still plenty of racing for our drivers to get involved with though. And here's how this race is going to shape up. Starting on pole position, Colin Walker, followed by Martin Mayer. Jason Mills and Oliver Moss are on row 2, with Bill Bowyer and Billy Clark on row 3. Jamie Salter and Adam Clark there in P8, who had a good argy-bargy with the other Clark on the grid. Doug Jenner, 9th. Taylor Bellini is in 10th. And then onto your final couple of rows. Lewis Deacon, Gareth Scantleberry and Tom Davies, who is at the back of the field. In 13th, I was actually chatting with him in the paddock during the forced lunch break, and photographer at PF International for their club championship. Racing here today thanks to the 177 class, because he is like 6'10" or something ridiculous. He's doing his best from the back here. He's only raced twice so far in 177 road tax racing in his life, and he's going to get another opportunity to make a bit of an impression here on this field. Are we going racing? The red lights go out. We certainly are. And damn right. Into turn 1, the number 10, trying to hold out in the lead. He nearly gets challenged round the outside from Martin Mayer. But Martin doesn't quite make it happen. Nearly getting, caught up on the inside. Some karts on the back of each other there on the exit of hairpin 1. Want to make sure they're all okay. Who was that at the back? Just trying to see, they look all okay. They're all fine, but just trying to figure out who that was. Meanwhile, the rest of our drivers make their way round the full lap of the circuit, and they come across the start-finish line. Damn right, leading into turn 1, about 5/10 of a second quicker ahead of second place Martin Mayer at the moment. So half a second already of a gap is a very, very tidy, useful gap here. This early on, Oliver Moss coming to challenge now on Martin Mayer for second place. And down the hill and through the left-right kink and chicane. And a move to the inside. Ooh. I think that was Taylor Bellini on Jason Mills, trying to make that move stick. I think he has. Through Garda, and now all finding their one by one across the line. And Taylor Bellini, yep, up to 4th. He's got the fastest lap of the race to his name as well. There's down right though. Oh, judging that perfectly was Bellini. Nearly clattered into the second place man, and Martin Mayer to time that absolutely perfectly on the brakes and not cause a domino effect to come on the way through. This is allowing Dan Wright at the front of the field, as we talk about and wax lyrical so often. Back up to second, Oliver Moss. It's allowing Dan Wright to, well, run away with this one at the moment. Oh, one of the carts getting very wide out there. I think that might have been Billy Clark, Bill Bowyer, getting a bit sideways out of the final corner. And Martin Mayer got all the pressure from behind, and it's paid off from Oliver Moss, because he's back up to 3rd, and it is a bit of a to-ing and fro-ing between 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment, and 1st and 2nd starting to run away with it. Bellini has now assumed that hunter role going after Dan Wright, and he's starting to reel him in. He's being let loose like a tiger out of the front, hunting down his prey. So it's Dan Wright as we see another move into the first corner there from Jason Mills, trying to go in front of Martin May, who's fallen right down the order here. Really not having a good time of it. There he's on the outside again, losing another spot. Martin tumbling down the order here. He's got to be very careful he gets this under control very quickly, or it could be quite a miserable end to his Summer Cup proceedings. There's another nice move into Garda. Really nicely done there from possibly Adam Clark was trying to go around the outside. He's just received a track limit warning, so needs to be careful about how much of the outside he actually uses. But here we are then into our final heat of the day. Before we move on to our finals, just to make it crystal clear for you, you're watching these heats absolutely to your heart's content at the moment. If you want to catch the conclusion of the Summer Cup action today, remember to purchase your SlipStream Pass, which gives you instant access, live coverage of how the finals are going to pan out after this second heat in Rotax 177 is done and dusted. Otherwise, you'll be waiting 7 days to catch the coverage of our finals and how they all rounded off here at Buckmore Park today. So make sure we'd love you to be part of the SlipStream family. Get your SlipStream Pass and you won't have to worry about any of that. On your screen there, Jamie Salter at the back of this pack and was trying to find a way through. Posturing going on all up and down the field. And where is Bellini? Because Bellini is up into, I don't know where that driver's going. Where is Jamie Salter off to? Doesn't want to be going out there. Looks like he was going to rejoin the M2 or something. He was off. He'd had enough. He just about collected it there. Bellini's now in the lead, by the way, ahead of Dan Wright. Bellini chased right after Dan, and as I said, Bellini had been let loose and, well, didn't need a second invitation to catch on after. He's now got a 1.6 second gap ahead of a second place man now, Dan, and Oliver Moss 2.5 seconds back roughly. There is the gap, visible, of a 1.6 second gap, and it's I'll probably say it's around sustaining of that, but might increase a little bit as we cross the line. And now look, it's looking pretty. Oh, there's someone got an issue though. Oh no, maybe that's is it a back marker? I couldn't tell. Okay, Bellini went past someone there or rather Dan Wright I thought went past someone very easy. Okay, look, so panic over. Minor panic going on there. Bellini is absolutely hurting out to the lead. I think he went past the back marker, which did worry me slightly from what was happening. And here we are, the 10 then. Dan Wright, this is further back to second. And second being, as you understand, being hounded here. And dive down to the inside. Yeah, that car definitely getting lapped at the back. Is that Tom Davis, I think, getting out of the way of everyone? Very good of him. Doesn't have to do that. There's no blue flags in karting. The sportsmanship as is such with Tom Davis. I know at some events there are blue flags, some there aren't. But they were waving blue flags. Okay, fair enough. We're doing blue flags here. Okay, that's fair enough. All the different series kind of have their own quirks. All the championships have their own quirks. But yes, okay. David's getting out of the way because he has to, because he's being waved a blue flag. Doesn't want to be getting penalties from the stewards. Kind of fair enough, really. When blue flags are in play, then you just gotta suck it up, haven't you, really? Down into the first hairpin then. And the chase is on. Not that game show, but out there on the circuit right now. Bill Bowyer chasing after. Oliver Moss there in second, flashing through. Is your race leader. I know, second place rather. Second place coming through. That's Oliver Moss. Then it's Bill Bowyer. Then Dan Wright on your screen. There is your race leader, Bellini. That makes more sense because look at the 4.1 second gap out at the front on this final lap now that we've started through hairpin 1. through hairpin 2. Let's focus in on Hard at what he's been doing right around here at Buckmore Park, why he's so far out into the distance. He gets incredible line through there, nothing untoward at all, maximising the speed, not scraping off the difference, and there is the visible gap between first, back there into Garda. He hugs the inside line, gets the kart turned in over the curb, straight line as much as you can to the finish line, and Taylor Bellini is going to take victory here. An absolute country mile ahead of Oliver Moss. Bill Bowyer further back, it's still going on though, for 7th, 8th and 9th. Who is going to come across the line first for 8th place? It's going to be Martin May and Doug Jenner down to 9th, just about into the top 10. Jamie Salter, followed by Lewis Deacon and Tom Davis, who was a lap down, didn't see the flag before then lap down. But there you go, there's your confirmation. Bellini, Moss, Bowyer, Dan Wright falling down to 4th in the end. Jason Mills in 5th. Billy Clark followed by another Clark in Adam. Martin Mayer, Doug Jenner, Jamie Salter, Lewis Deacon, Tom Davies, Colin Walker and Gareth Scantleberry. Unfortunately, didn't see the rest of that race. Not a good afternoon for Gareth, having issues with his karts. Right, well, we have finished proceedings with all of our heats this morning. And just to make it clear then, thank you for everyone joining us if you've been just watching along on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. But if you want to stick with the action here at Buckmore Park this afternoon, make sure you purchase your SlipStream Pass now to catch the finals here of the Champions Kart Club Summer Cup. All right, and if you're just